All right, you're all set.
Well, good morning, everybody, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome you to the March 17th, 2021 Finance, Revenue, and Bonding public hearing. I am Sean Scanlon, House Chair of the committee. I don't know if my co-chair is on yet, but any remarks from the ranking members before we get started?
No, happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. I'm good to go. Thank you, Chairman Scanlon.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody, and I'm also ready to go. Thank you.
All right. First up this morning, we will have a presentation from staff from the administration on the unemployment bill that we are hearing today. And so I would invite Johnny Dock and his colleagues to begin their presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the committee. Thank you very much for your long day on Monday, what I hope will be a shorter day today, and for inviting me, as well as Deputy Commissioner Daryl Dudzinski from the Labor Department and Commissioner David Lehman from DECD, as well as some very hardworking members of the DOL staff to come in and talk to you today about 6633, a proposal that we think can bring some much needed stability to the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund in Connecticut and benefit employers, workers, and the economy as a whole. With the chair's permission, I'm going to share my screen and take us through a quick slide presentation on that bill. Before I do, I want to say two things. First, that every number you're about to see is based on an extraordinary amount of research from the RD Overtaxed team at DOL, who has built a model using all 110,000 employers in their database to look at what the impacts of this bill might be. And second, that although I'm going to run through a lot of numbers, they are, of course, subject to further discussion with the committee, with other stakeholders who are interested in this bill and are intended as the jumping off point for a discussion rather than as anything final. I also want to say for the record that I do have a green tie here, but the committee was too efficient in its opening remarks for me to have time to change out from the red one to the green one after I was called out for my poor showing on St. Patrick's Day. So I apologize to the viewing public and the committee members for that. I also think David Lehman was completing a quick piece of family business this morning and should be joining us in the waiting room shortly. So if the team could keep an eye out for him. All right. So before I jump into a summary of the proposal itself, I want to put some quick fast facts about unemployment insurance on the table. First, they're not small potatoes. Unemployment insurance taxes nationally raise about $45 billion, the equivalent of 1% of federal revenues. And here in Connecticut, on an annual basis, they raise about $700 million, which would be more than 3% of general fund funds if we raised and appropriated them. From an employer's perspective, they tend to be between 0.5 and 1% of payroll, which is significant, but less significant than other payroll taxes like the FICA, Social Security, and Medicare taxes that come in around 7.65%. I talk about UI taxes, but there are actually three taxes, two on the state side. The core product is an experience rating tax that ranges per employer from 0.5% to 5.4% based on how often their employees draw benefits. Second, at the state level, there's a solvency tax adjustment that can go as high as 1.4%, although it should be in a good year at 0. It's been stuck at that 1.4% statutory maximum in Connecticut for as long as we can remember. And finally, there's a federal portion, usually 0.6%, that is collected by the feds, remitted for the administration of the fund, usually quite small dollar, but one of the ways that the federal government recoups any loans they provide to the states. Critically, all of those taxes are collected against a taxable wage base. So the first several $1,000s that an employer pays to an employee in each calendar year, $15,000 on the state side, $7,000 on the federal side. Also critically, the program has to be funded. There's no such thing as a free lunch in UI. If you pay out $1 in benefits, it means you're going to collect that dollar at some point from the employers and economy of Connecticut. As currently structured, our UI system has, as I see it, three major problems on the revenue collection side. First, and most obviously, the fund is broke. Second, and one of the reasons it's broke, is that the experience rating is inadequate to the job against the current taxable wage base. And finally, the rates tend to be regressive in a way that overly burdens small businesses and working families. The good news is that even though there are three problems, we think 6633 has put forward what's really one solution, which is to broaden the taxable wage base while simultaneously lowering the rates, and also to enact some benefit reforms that have been endorsed previously by the Employment Security and Advisory Board at the U.S. Department of Labor that has been chartered by the legislature. Added in for good measure in 6633 are some recession recovery measures inspired by various tools that the state and federal governments brought to bear during the pandemic that will help the economy get back to full employment faster. So with that overview, I'm going to run quickly through a little more information about the taxable wage base. Connecticut's taxable wage base has stagnated. It's been flat for 22 years. That means it's declined in real dollars by almost a third over that time. And it's been flatlined for the second longest period in the program history. The program history actually is interesting because, and I didn't know this until I started working on this project, Social Security and unemployment insurance were actually both created in the Social Security Act of 1935. They were core to the recession recovery platform put forward by FDR and the New Dealers. And at the beginning, Social Security had a $3,000 taxable wage base, but UI's was unlimited. Every dollar that an employer paid was subject to the UI taxes. The US Congress came in a couple years later and equalized them at $3,000 of taxable wage base, which still covered about 95% of wages paid in the American economy. And they puttered along together at $3,000 for a while before Social Security's was indexed to inflation. It reached $142,000 last year, while the UI taxable wage base was left both by the federal government and by us states to stagnate. The Social Security taxable wage base, which goes up every year, actually went up by more on January 1st, stroke of midnight this year, than the UI wage base has gone up on the federal level in its entire nearly century-long history. And what that means is that instead of having 100 or 95% of wages subject to this tax, only 23% of wages in Connecticut are. It's a record low. And the next two slides are just some quick graphical representations here of the rise over time of the Social Security wage base compared to the stagnant UI tax wage base, and second, of the declining percentage of total wages subject to the Connecticut SUTA tax over time. All of these slides are included in our testimony and available from the committee staff or up on the website. Finally, to lay the table, just a quick look at how Connecticut's UI taxable wage base compares to other states. You can see we're pretty much in the middle at $15,000. That's the median. The average is closer to 20. A couple other takeaways from this slide. First, if there's an asterisk next to the state, as there are for 22 states, that means their UI taxable wage base went up last year, in most cases because it's indexed to some measure of inflation. Second, higher taxable wage bases are not a partisan idea. Because I really think, and we'll see as we go through this, they're a win-win for employers, for workers, and for the economy. We are well below Alaska and Oregon, Republican and Democratic states leading the pack, and well ahead of Louisiana and California, who have fallen behind. Finally, taxable wage base, and this is critical also, it's not the entire story. So if you looked at this chart, you would think that Connecticut and Massachusetts had similar taxing regimes here. But Connecticut's tax rate on its $15,000 taxable wage base tops out at 6.8%. That's the 5.4% maximum experience rating plus the 1.4% maximum solvency tax. That means your maximum Connecticut tax liability is about $1,000. Massachusetts, same $15,000 taxable wage base, but their tax rates top out at 18.6%, almost 3 times higher than Connecticut's, exposing employers to the type of liability that we're going to suggest, or you all have suggested as part of 6633. But we think that your proposal does it in a smarter way by adjusting the base and dropping the rates rather than simply spiking the rates. Quick double click on each of those 3 problems that I put on the table before. First, again, simple. The fund is just broke, and it's broken in a way that hurts businesses, workers, and the economy. Here is a look around the country at the solvency of UI funds on 1/1/2020. Obviously, it would be a lot worse on 1/1/21. The units aren't important, but that red line means it's solvent in the eyes of the federal government. You can see that Connecticut was bottom of the barrel going into the recession, even after 10 pretty good years, only halfway to solvency. And you can see here that that is not a historical anomaly. This is Connecticut's solvency level over time. Again, the red line is solvent. In the last half century, we've been solvent for 3 years. And that has real costs. It has costs on businesses, it has costs on workers, it has costs on the economy. In 2009, Connecticut borrowed $1.25 billion from the federal government to repay UI benefits paid out during the Great Recession. We paid those back over 6 years. We paid them back with an extra $85 million in interest, and we paid them off at the worst possible time as our businesses were struggling to recover rather than by forward funding those benefits in good years. Our FUTA taxes, the taxes our businesses pay to the federal government, they went up higher, they went up faster, they stayed up longer than almost any other state in the country. That's bad, as I said, for business. It's bad for the employees they would be bringing back if they weren't struggling under those taxes. And the insolvency of the fund is a more direct threat to workers insofar as it leads to items in statute that limit the benefits that they can receive, like the annual maximum increase on maximum weekly benefit rate in 31-231A. Second, and really core to the problem, although somewhat complicated, the experience rating is inadequate. We call this unemployment insurance, but it is really just not an insurance product anymore because only 58% of the revenues come in from the experience rate taxes. This is a histogram of the experience ratings. In Connecticut, your tax brackets on the bottom from 0.5% to 5.4%. The black bars are the number of firms paying at that rate. The shaded bars are those numbers of firms weighted by their employee size. And the two interesting features of this chart are, one, the 2/3 of firms representing a quarter of employees who are trapped at the artificial lower bound on the experience tax rating. They're paying 0.5%, even though it should be lower. Their employees are not high users and they should be paying something closer to zero. They're paying a backdoor solvency tax through this artificial minimum on the experience tax rating, which is somewhat anomalous. Most states have an experience tax rating minimum of 0%. Second, are the firms trapped at the artificial upper bound. They're paying 5.4%. They're paying that maximum $1,000 of liability per employee, but they're not able to cover their costs that their employees are drawing out of the fund. And that means those costs are being shifted onto other firms and the economy at large. Finally, the rates are against the small taxable wage base are regressive in ways that burden small businesses and low-income families. They burden small businesses because small businesses tend to have lower salaries, to be able to afford lower salaries than their larger competitors, but everyone is paying the same tax against the same $15,000 base, regardless of whether they're paying a $20,000 a year employee or a $200,000 a year employee. That means this occupies a significantly larger percent of payroll for small businesses than for large ones. It puts them at an unfair and anti-competitive disadvantage. And second, even though the statutory incidence of this tax is on the employers, economists would tell you that some portion of it gets passed on to those employees. And it's going to get passed on in the same measure to minimum wage workers and very high income earners. So the average employer is paying a 3.4% experience tax plus a 1.4% solvency tax. They're paying about $720 per worker, regardless of what that worker makes. This is probably the largest compulsory regressive tax in America, and it's something we just don't talk about. That minimum wage worker is contributing up to 3% of her salary compared to less than 0.5% for a 90th percentile worker in Connecticut making $114,000 a year. Two other odd features. First, because we tax employers, we end up taxing some people twice. If you work two $15,000 a year jobs, both of your employers are paying this in on your behalf twice over. And second, the benefit and the contribution bases are misaligned. The employer is contributing the exact same amount for that minimum wage employee and the $114,000 a year employee. But if a $114,000 a year employee were laid off, he would collect $667 a week, the statutory maximum. If the minimum wage employee is laid off, despite having made exactly the same contributions, she's going to get only $231 a week. So 6633, the core change is to align that contribution and benefit base, to erase that disparity between contributions and benefits that I just discussed. So it sets the taxable wage base at a higher rate based on the maximum weekly benefit rate, and it indexes those things to preserve alignment over time. A similar idea was put forward at the federal level in President Obama's 2016 budget proposal. The upside of expanding the base so significantly is that you get to drop the rates really significantly. So 6633 takes the minimum experience rating down from 0.5% to 0%. So more businesses are paying less inflated tax rates. And it takes the maximum solvency tax rate from 1.4% down to 0.5%. Even at the broader base with those lower rates, most employers are going to see a decrease in their taxes. At the maximum solvency rate, we ran these numbers for 2019. Had the maximum solvency rate, the broader base, the lower rates, been in effect, taxes would have decreased for 68% of firms, representing 54% of employees, and the fund's balance would have improved by about $63 million in what we think is a fair and more equitable way. Here, last chart on the core taxable wage-based mechanic. On the left is the same chart we looked at before. On the right is what that chart would have looked like in a counterfactual 2019 with the higher base and the lower rates. You can see that a lot of those employers that were trapped at the 0.5% artificial minimum on the experience tax rating are at zero or something much closer to zero. You can also see that many fewer employers are not able to pay in the full cost that their employees are driving out. It is something that much more closely resembles a marketable insurance product rather than a broad-based economic assessment. Two other legs to the stool in 6613. First are some benefit reforms that have been endorsed by previous iterations, although not necessarily this iteration of the Employment Security Advisory Board at the Department of Labor, which is an 8-member body of labor and employer representatives. The first and the most important of those is to make all severance pay allocable. Right now, certain employees can draw a severance benefit equal to 100% of their salary and a UI benefit in the same week. And this would defer those benefits for all workers until after their severance pay has been exhausted. But claimants who are benefiting from both of those at the same time are significantly higher wage claimants than the average in the UI pool. And enacting this change would save the fund about $50 million a year and would save the Department of Labor some work adjudicating which severance pay should be allocated and which should not. Second proposal is to temporarily freeze the maximum weekly benefit amount at $667. And the third is to raise the minimum base period earnings from 600 to something in the 1,000s. Altogether, those would lead to benefit reductions of about $58 million, neatly matching the roughly $63 million that we would expect to see at the maximum solvency rating in increased contributions. These things more or less balance out. Finally, there are some recession recovery measures in 6633 inspired by the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, and bills pending before the Labor Committee, as well as some of our executive orders. The first would have sectors experience rate increases during economic shocks. The theory being that experience ratings exist to require companies to internalize the cost of their layoffs and discourage those layoffs. That makes sense in a good economy. It does not make sense when your restaurants have been closed by order of the government or when there's been another outside shock to your industry. Second, it would reduce the maximum solvency tax rate during recessions. And finally, it would non-charge for the DOL shared work program during recessions, which is a program that keeps people connected to their employer, connected to the workforce during economic downturns in ways that helps their employers and the employees themselves. So that's our roadshow today. I think Deputy Commissioner Dudzinski and perhaps Commissioner Lehman, if he's joined us, have some quick remarks, and otherwise we are available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dock. Have we been joined by Commissioner Lehman yet? I see him, so.
Yeah,
Commissioner Lehman.
Thank you, Representative Scanlon, and great to be here with the committee. I just want to underscore maybe a few points, and then I'll pass it over to DOL. First and foremost, this is about fairness, and I realize that is a dangerous word at times when we're talking about tax reform, but really, in short, what we're trying to do is better align demands on the UI fund with the contributions, and we think that makes a lot of sense. And in particular, a lot of employers, in particular smaller employers, do benefit from this, but there are subsidies, for lack of a better word, and there is a difference between contributions and draws to the fund that we think this does address. The reforms here, this can be done, as Johnny just mentioned, in a way where substantially all of Connecticut businesses, in particular those smaller businesses, do benefit. And getting this fund on solvency footing is going to be really, really important in terms of the credibility and stability of our business environment, as well as benefiting our employees. Third point is the taxable wage base. I mean, as those charts showed, it has been stagnant for too long, not even indexed with inflation. This is a terribly regressive tax that needs to be addressed, in our opinion, right now. And then last point is that this should be done with the benefits reform. There is some common sense benefit reform that we think needs to be done in addition to changing the taxable wage base here, that we think just makes sense. And again, this should be done. This is not, in my opinion, a zero-sum game. This can be done in a way that works for employees and employers, in particular benefiting many of the small businesses in and around the state of Connecticut. So we would urge this committee and the legislature to act with urgency here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. I have a few quick questions. We'll certainly open it up. I think we'll probably have others, but I guess for Mr. Dock, the legislature has talked about UI changes before. Why do you think this time is different?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you again to the committee for allowing me the dispensation to go through that longer proposal, and for hearing from Commissioner Lehman, and I hope from Commissioner Dudzinski when you have a moment. I think this time is different, first because the proposal is different. Prior iterations of this proposal that have been worked out and proposed to the legislature have focused on a pretty modest increase in the taxable wage base that resulted in taxes going up for every employer in Connecticut. So it gathered more money for the fund, but it gathered it in the same regressive way. What this proposal does is take the taxable wage base high enough that we can actually cut taxes for most employers in the state of Connecticut. Second, the moment is different. Unemployment insurance, taxes, and benefits has obviously been part of the national conversation over the last year. My hope is it's lent some urgency to this issue that otherwise might not have gotten prime billing in a finance committee hearing. And also the information at our fingertips is different. We know not only that Connecticut borrowed $1.25 billion after 2009 and paid it back with interest, we know that right now, today, we've borrowed about $645 million from the federal government that we're going to have to repay with interest as our economy is trying to recover. And we know that had the roughly $80 million in additional solvency to the fund that this would have brought in each year, had these reforms been enacted after 2009, that wouldn't be the case. We would have had enough money in our fund to start this recession without borrowing and to be able to borrow with interest-free loans from the federal government instead of the interest that we're going to pay now as a penalty for not having been solvent going in. So I think the proposal is different, the moment is different, and we've got a group of legislators who are ready to meet that moment and some stakeholders based on the conversations that the department and the DECD and I have had are ready to get around a table and talk about a common sense path forward that works for all of the stakeholders.
I guess the second question I would have is, in the testimony, AFL-CIO had suggested that they thought that the base period was too dramatic of a shift. CBIA testified that they thought that it was not dramatic enough. Your bill puts it up to 1,200, although that still leaves us pretty low in the national rankings. Is there a reason why you did not decide to sort of, if we're taking our taxable wage base to the middle of the spectrum, why did you decide to keep the base period still relatively low compared to other states?
Sure, thanks for the question. So there are three benefit reforms here in this package. They're all included, I think, because they were what the previous generation of the Employment Security Advisory Board endorsed, and I wanted to reflect back the conversations that have been ongoing on this topic for a long time in the state of Connecticut to the best of our ability. The most significant of those benefit reforms is the $50 million of the $58 million in total savings that comes about from deferring benefits to people who are drawing severance. And to me, that one just makes common sense. I don't think people have an expectation that they will be able to get more than their initial base salary in a week because they're drawing severance and UI at the same time. And indeed, for most employees in the economy, we already asked them to defer. It's only if you meet a certain condition that you can access both at the same time. So that's where the money really is on the benefit reform savings. The 1 year freeze in the legislation on the maximum weekly benefit rate increase is the type of reform that matters only to someone who's already making $67,000, $72,000 a year. And so no one who's lost their job is well off, but if we have to restore solvency to the fund by tinkering with benefits for some of them, I think that's a reasonable place to start. Same philosophy, by the way, applies to the changes to the severance package, where we know that employees who are using both severance and UI in the same week are significantly more well-to-do, at least from a wage perspective, than people who are only drawing UI, not UI, and severance while in the special category. On the $600 a week, again, all of these numbers I think are flexible. My hope in 6633 is that we've put some dials up on the board and that the legislature and the stakeholders can work to turn those to a mutually agreeable compromise together. That is a reform that is not, I think it gets more airtime than it deserves in some respects, because the numbers that the Department of Labor ran show that it only reduces benefits paid out by the fund by about $1.25 million each year. Net of contributions, it increases the solvency of the fund by something like $300,000 per year. And so we should have a conversation about it. Connecticut is, as you say, really an outlier against national and regional partners in that number, but we're an outlier in a way that benefits the lowest income workers, and we're an outlier in a way that has redounded to our significant advantage over the course of this pandemic, insofar as someone who drew $15 from us drew $600 or $300 or $400 a week from the federal government. And the federal government is in conversations about whether to make those types of automatic enhanced benefits more permanent, and we should factor that into our ongoing considerations about whether or not to turn that dial and what setting to put it at.
All right, thank you. I see some other questions, so I'll pause there, but I will just say at the top that if there was ever a time for historic reform, I think the time is now for our unemployment system. And I do appreciate the administration for putting this forward, and certainly look forward to working with both you, labor and business, to try to get this right, because I do think that we are ripe for reform. And the way in which we do that, I think, will be if we, God bless you, Larry Butler, if we get around the table and come together to work on this bill. So with that, I will turn it over to Representative Cheeseman, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you very much, Chair Scanlon. Thank you for coming here today, Johnny and Commissioner Lehman. A lot of my questions were around the questions posed by Representative Scanlon with regard to increasing that, the amount you have to earn minimum over a period, because if that even with that $1,200 level at $600 a week, that's 80 hours of work a year, which is minimal. And again, Johnny mentioned that made you eligible for federal benefits. But I think absent from this discussion, look forward to talking to the labor commissioner. I was contacted by a number of employers locally who had part-time high school students working for them, who then became eligible for that additional payment. And when in conversations with DLL was told, well, they really weren't supposed to get that. So I think as we're looking at this, labor reform, no one doubts the need to pay people unemployment benefits where they have lost their jobs due to layoffs, whatever. But I am contacted again, and wearing my hat, by employers who have let people go with cause, and benefits are still paid out. So this is a conversation, obviously, with Department of Labor, but also going on to the increase, I believe you go to 67,000 above the 15,000. That's a pretty significant jump. And I get your point that, there've been some free riders on the system in terms of, the larger companies. But where did that figure come from?
So thank you for the question. I do want to acknowledge that my colleague from the Department of Labor, Commissioner Daryl Dudzinski, is here. So if you have questions for the Department of Labor or want to hear their thoughts on the proposal more generally, I would encourage you to pose them to him directly. The number, to answer your question at the end, comes from our desire to align the contribution and the benefit base. So that is to say, you or your employer on your behalf should continue paying into the UI system up to the point in your salary where if you were paid more, you wouldn't draw any more in benefits, should you happen to be laid off. And in calendar year 2019, which was the year for which we had good data, and so the year for which on which we based all of the extraordinary amount of sophisticated modeling done at the Department of Labor, that would have corresponded to a weekly maximum benefit of $649 and an annual salary, and so a proposed taxable wage base of $67,500. The proposal in 6633 is to align those and then to keep them aligned in index to inflation over time to preserve the real power of the fund. Importantly, what that lets us do is reduce the rates significantly and distribute the costs to employers who can bear them and to employers who are causing those costs on the fund. it would put us, I don't want to hide the ball here. It would put us at the top of the country in terms of the taxable wage base. It would still put us at half of the Social Security taxable wage base. So historically out of alignment with the UI and Social Security match and taxable wage base, but at the top of the country. It would put us at the top of the country, not by a huge amount. There are other states that are in the 50,000s, and they're reflected in our testimony and on that chart that I breezed through earlier. The higher we take it, the lower we can take the rates. I think once you overcome the sticker shock, there is an economic common sense behind it. But again, these are conversations that I'm hoping the committee will lead with all of the interested stakeholders on the labor and the employer side to arrive at a number that feels right for Connecticut. And if that number is a lower maximum taxable wage base, but higher tax rates, that's still progress in a good day in my book. I don't know if my colleagues from either department want to come in.
Well, I would just make one, because I think it's the right question, Rep. Cheeseman. But ultimately, I think, as Johnny mentioned, we think the right way to think about this is not just what's the taxable wage base, but it's taxable wage base times the tax rate, right? We're looking for a certain amount of dollars, and we could lower it for sure, but then the tax rate is going to increase. And I'm sure there will be folks that have a fear that will raise the taxable wage base, and then it's just easier to raise taxes in the future. And we could talk about how to address those concerns. But I think the punchline is we think there needs to be a very significant increase versus the 15,000. We're putting forth what we think is the right number based on the modeling that we've done. But are we $5,000 smart on that? No, we can debate that. But it is that part of it is going to be a function of not just the taxable wage base, but the rate itself. And we can iterate around that.
I think my final question is, as we move forward on this, and it's just gone right out of my head. So I know where to find you later, and I know there'll be questions for I know what it was. So I believe, and I can't remember whether it was in this presentation or the one you had for us earlier, but looking at the different industries and the effect it would have, what they're paying out would have. And if, some do much better, but to my recollection, there were some of the smaller employers that may not do so well out of this. So addressing that, because it's not all going to fall on those, that higher level.
Yeah, I can commend my colleagues can comment as well. We did run numbers. I skipped them in today's presentation in the interest of respecting the committee's time on what the impacts of this change would have been in 2019 at the sector level.
30 seconds.
2-digit makes codes that we use to classify employers in Connecticut. You can see some variance between the impact on the different sectors. I think that variance hides a lot of firm-specific impacts because different employers, different experience ratings are going to drive, really should be driving all of the difference. And what they contribute should come back to, well, what do your employees draw out of the fund? That's why we call this unemployment insurance. But there are sectors that will go up. There are sectors that will see modest increases in their tax liability because they're high users of the program, and in particular sectors that tend to have seasonally adjusted work.
And Representative, I see Deputy Commissioner Dudzinski has had his hand up, so I'm assuming he wants to comment on this, and I'd like to let him join the conversation here.
Thank you, Representative Scanlon. Appreciate the opportunity. Commissioner Westby had a competing arrangements, and he apologizes for not being here. Again, I'm Daryl Dudzinski, the Deputy Commissioner with the Connecticut Department of Labor. I just want to take a moment and offer some of the perspective from the agency and explain that this is a historical problem, and it's one that does require a permanent solution for years to come. Historically, in the early 90s, law was passed to increase the taxable wage base from $7,100 to $15,000 per employee. This actually started in 1994 and phased through 1999. Coincidentally, 1999 was the last time the Connecticut UI Trust Fund was deemed solvent. Increasing employer contributions is not ideal, but it has to be part of the solution. And if we do nothing, as in the past 2 decades, then the cost to employers always comes when the state is trying to recover from a downward economic situation, such as a recession and now a pandemic. When you factor the additional automation and administration to calculate and collect interest on borrowed funds, the FUTA tax reduction, that goes retro to January 1st in the year declared by the IRS, the employers are always caught off guard with such liabilities. So implementing a plan, a new law to reach solvency fairly to all employers in Connecticut is needed now. And such plan to reach and maintain the UI trust fund solvency will allow Connecticut employers to account and plan for such payroll contributions and not have to be concerned about a UI trust fund impact for future recessions and economic downturns. So really, as the saying goes, this plan 6633 allows the Connecticut employers to weather the economic storms ahead. Representative Cheeseman, I hear your frustration when you talk with employers. We hear them too. And at the beginning of the pandemic, there was an enormous amount of claims, none like any unemployment program received in the entire country. And as you probably know, we have a very, very difficult computer operation. Multiple systems, a mainframe, COBOL language, all these perfect storm issues. In addition to that, we had to be in a moratorium on our automation for years because we are building a state-of-the-art UI system, all inclusive of the benefits appeals and the tax divisions. And we are on track to deliver that in June of 22. We are going to make the best automation available to our customers. You raised a couple points. Yes, there was errors in some of the processing at the beginning of the pandemic with tens to 100,000 of applications pending and our customers waiting up to 6 weeks. It was a horrible situation. And yes, there were high school kids that applied. Now, whether or not they stated that they were in school or not, we don't discriminate based on age, but if they tell us they're able and available and attached to the labor market, for the most part, we have to understand that is their truth and that's their record. Now we will go back and we have, and we'll address those issues and we will recover those funds through the due process. And we hope to do that over the next few months as we wrap that portion up. The other part for the employers that you indicated may have discharged someone for willful misconduct based on the law, there's a fair hearing process, multiple levels with the administrator, both employer and claimant participating. There's in Connecticut, as you know, we have due process, the appeals division, lower level, higher level, and then there's 2 levels of court. So there's absolutely a mechanism to be heard by the employer. And it's surprising to know that the employer sometimes doesn't want to participate on their own for whatever reason. But when they do, and they have the accurate information to supply and to support their reason for cause based on law, they do prevail, and it is at a higher rate. And that's kind of the unknown. So it's very interesting for us to be able to provide you that information, and we'd be pleased to do that under separate cover to you, Representative Cheeseman.
If I could respond also to Representative Cheeseman's question about the industry-specific impacts, I think I got a little lost in my earlier answer on the depth of our data that DOL has provided, and in looking at what the counterfactual 2019 would have looked like. At the end of the day, the goal of 6633 is to get Connecticut back to solvency in its UI trust fund. And that is something that will be good for every employer in the state of Connecticut. And I know it feels a bit like one of those desert oasis mirages because we've been insolvent for so long, but most states in the country are solvent. It's possible for us to get there. And if we get there and we sunset that 1.4% under this proposal, 0.5% solvency tax adjustment, we're saving a huge amount of money for every employer in the economy. And we're saving all of the money that they would be paying in interest when we have to borrow. Secondly, I think it's good for all of the employers because we talk about unemployment insurance benefits like they're good for the workers, and obviously they are. But if you go back and look at the quotes from government officials at the time that the program was designed, the point was not only to benefit workers and create a social safety net for them. The point of uninsurance benefits in a recession is to keep demand up in the economy, to keep demand up for businesses to smooth out the impacts of economic downturns. And that's what they do. You know, they're like a mask for a recession, right? They don't just help you, they help everyone around you by keeping demand up for the businesses. And so everything we can do to make that system more sustainable and perhaps even more generous someday here in Connecticut, I think is actually good, not just for the people getting the checks, but for the small business owners whose stores they go spend those checks at.
Thank you. And I know I'm well past my 5 minutes, Chair Scanlon. And I welcome the conversations with DOL about those issues I raised. And you're right. I mean, in conversations with Majority Leader Rojas, I gather we were very close several years ago to some real reform. This has to happen. We can't stay insolvent. The cost to our businesses and our state is far too high. So I welcome your willingness to engage on this. And with any luck, we get something done. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Chair Scanlon.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Yeah, a question, pardon my ignorance on one aspect of this. Within the the structured increase of the payroll tax for the tax for unemployment benefits, is that going to hit as a pre-tax item on wages in terms of for the employees? Does it hit the same way payroll taxes do on a tax effective basis?
So it hits like an employer side, well, maybe even less. I was going to say it hits like an employer side payroll tax, right? So this is money that gets deducted, like the employer, not the employee half of the FICA contributions. That may actually not be a great analogy because it caps out so early in the year for most employees, right? If you're a $60,000 a year employee, your employer is done paying this on your behalf sometime in the first quarter. And so it may not show up on employer balance sheets in exactly the same way. But if the thrust of the question is, does this have sort of after-tax implications for employees? It will not show up on their filings. It should not show up on their pay stubs. And ultimately, to the extent that we can reduce taxes on small and low-wage employers, we hope this is money that would get passed on to their employees in the form of future raises.
Okay, and if we were to turn around and agree to all of the proposals at this point in time, what's the projection for both full solvency or 100% funding? I mean, what's the glide path?
So the net effect of the changes proposed in 6633 is about $80 million in increased fund solvency per year. And when I say that, I should put a relatively significant asterisk next to it because I'm extrapolating off the model that we ran for 2019. It is hard to predict the future. It is hard to predict what demands on the fund will be. It is hard to predict what economic performance and therefore contributions will look like. But think of it as roughly $80 million in additional fund solvency each year. $60 million at the outset from the sort of maximum revenue under the new proposed broader base lower rates, although that's a revenue stream we hope would cycle out once we get back to solvency, and then a net effect of about $20 million from the benefit reform changes, again, mostly from the changes on the severance side of the house. Those reduce benefit payments by about $60 million. They also reduce employer contributions because those payments are factored into the employer's experience rating. And so the net effect of those benefit reforms on an annual basis to the trust fund is about $20 million. So you stack that 60 plus the 20 on top of one another, you get about $80 million.
So we're looking at about 8 to 10 or 12 years to get to where we want to get to.
That is right. Governor Lamont has been outspoken publicly that the U.S. Congress should take the loans that they've currently provided to Connecticut and to other states in this unprecedented economic downturn and turn them into grants so that our business community does not have to pay them back as they are struggling to recover. There are also states around the country that have used some of their CRF dollars to plus up their unemployment insurance funds. Those tend to be states that received significantly more money per capita than Connecticut. As folks on this committee may know, Connecticut got the short end of the stick insofar as we got $1.4 billion in CRF money. The minimum was $1.2 billion. So if you're Wyoming, you got 6 times as much money per capita as the state of Connecticut. You had more of that money to use to shore up your unemployment insurance trust fund. But we in other states now have a lot more money available to us. We are in the very early stages of working with the legislature. First went to the act that was passed yesterday, or at least passed in the House yesterday, to figure out how that money will be spent. But there's at least a possibility that some of it could be put towards improving the solvency of the unemployment insurance trust fund. I think the only way where that would make good economic sense is if we first fixed the leaks in the unemployment insurance trust fund bucket, and that's what 6633 tries to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Wood. Carrie Wood.
Good morning, everybody.
And Carrie Wood.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. How is everyone? Mr. Doc, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm hoping you can share that with the committee, because I'm a finance person, so I love looking at all the numbers and all of that, and it kind of helps me understand it. So, and good morning, Commissioner Lehman. I don't know where you went on my screen. You disappeared there, but good morning. So I had a few questions regarding some of the proposals here. I love the idea of getting rid of the severance allocation because, again, I agree with you. I don't think it necessarily makes sense. My questions really come in around the freezing the minimum weekly benefit amount for 1 year and then raising the minimum base periods for earnings. First question is, are those able to be increased over time, or are we looking at this as a freeze in this legislation and then there's no room to move that?
Thanks for the question. Thanks for the interest in the underlying data. The slides that I ran through at the top are attached to our written testimony. So you should be able to find them after the fact. If you have questions, if you want to get deeper into the data,
you're going to regret what you just going to say.
No. As the two commissioners on the line will tell you, I'm willing to talk, and as some of your colleagues have already experienced, I'm willing to talk about this in extremely tedious detail and to bring in the real experts at DOL to help us crunch the numbers, not only the numbers already at our disposal, but also numbers that we can pull together to answer any questions you may have that we haven't thought of. So that's a very open invitation, and you would have to take it quite far before I had cause to regret it. At least the DOL staff may have cause to regret it sooner.
You and I, we're going to get along really well.
But back to your actual question, excuse me for the detour. The legislation 6633 as drafted is a 1 year freeze on the maximum weekly benefit rate. So it's currently 667. It is under existing law. It is supposed to keep pace with inflation, but there's a circuit breaker at $18 a year that was put in, I think, in the late 80s or early 90s in an effort to keep the fund solvent. That has meant that the maximum weekly benefit rate declines in real terms over time. This would make it decline a little faster. It's not something I wake up excited about, but as I said a little earlier, it's imperative that we bring solvency to the fund. And if one of the ways that we do that is by temporarily freezing the rate of increase in the benefits that are available to the highest wage claimants, people who have an individual household salary somewhere in the high 60s, low 70s. That's something that the Employment Security Advisory Board has unanimously endorsed in the past, and something that makes good sense to me. The second benefit, or the third benefit reform after severance and the maximum weekly benefit rate freeze, that would take the 600 up to 1600. As drafted in 6633, that is not indexed to inflation. As I said, I think there's sort of a lot of milk that's been spilt over this concept historically that may not be commensurate with the financial impact on the fund, but it would certainly be within, it's subject to conversation with the committee and the stakeholders. Whatever that number is could be indexed to inflation over time. If it were me, I would be pushing a state constitutional amendment to index basically every number in the CGS to inflation. It's just crazy that we lock ourselves in on these things in 1994 and then close our eyes to the declining power in real terms of the taxable wage base over time.
Okay, thank you for that. So I just want to put out a couple of things. One, the maximum weekly benefit amount. I know you're referencing like their higher wage earners to begin with. I think I would be okay with the 1-year freeze as long as we continue to look at it going forward, because even though they may be on the higher wage earners, when you lose your job, you're zero wages. So going from what you were making at $67,000 a year to $600 a week is detrimental to somebody who has household expenses that are equivalent or in that same range. So I wouldn't necessarily kind of say that they make more money to begin with, so they shouldn't get what the maximum benefit is. But the second part, the $1,600 base, as Representative Cheeseman said, that's representative of such a low number. And I think it's significantly lower than all of the states around us, as you had mentioned, and throughout the country.
30 seconds.
It does equate to like only a few weeks of somebody working. So I'm interested to see what our ramp up is going to be to that and what we think is going to be a fair amount. And with my last 30 seconds here, the piece that really concerns me right now is the experience rating. That's what I'm hearing from all of my small businesses, is that experience rating part is going to kill them. And it's the COVID related experience rating. So I'm wondering what the appetite is for finding a way to zero out the impacts that were related from COVID and that they were mandated to close rather than they wouldn't have closed on their own. So that's a really big concern of mine. And I know we don't have any time left, so I don't know if anybody else wants to jump up and ask that same question.
Am I allowed to answer it, or does the 5-minute exhaustion preclude that? I
If you
apologize
can
to the representative for filibustering so much for 5 minutes with my first answer.
If you can give a quick answer, Mr. Doc,
Sure.
we can move on to the next questioners, but that would be great.
Right. I'll just very quickly address the experience rating concern that you're hearing from some of your employers in your district or around the state. We have an executive order 7W that non-charges for COVID-related claims. There are bills pending, bipartisan bills pending in the Labor Committee that would codify that based on language provided by the department. And that made good sense to us when Daryl and I drafted EO 7W a year ago. It continues to make good sense to us that we would cut employers a break as they struggle to climb out of this unprecedented recession, rather than hold them accountable for something that was in absolutely no way their responsibility. So I think we'll be able to work together on a bipartisan basis to get that done for COVID, and hopefully to take that same spirit into future recessions, either as part of this bill or through the conversations happening in the Labor Committee.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. And I won't hold it against you that you don't have the green tie on.
Representative Carrie Wood, followed by Representative Terry Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Johnny. Thank you so much for this presentation. I look forward to diving into the slides. You did go by pretty quickly, but I appreciate it. I'm sure you already looked into this, but I just want to ask the question. With the federal stimulus dollars that is coming to Connecticut, is there any chance to pay off some of the interest-bearing loans and leverage those dollars to get zero interest loans?
Yeah, I don't want to get too far out over my skis here. This is not a conversation that I've had with the governor. It's not a conversation the governor has had with the legislature. But I will say states around the country have done that with their CRF dollars. Right now we've borrowed $635 million. It goes up every week. I don't know that we would be able to pay off all of that, but perhaps we can, as you say, at least address the interest on the principal. I think there'd be the best business case for doing that would be after enacting some of these reforms, so that we were confident we were pouring money into a bucket that had been patched up, not one that was going to continue to leak.
Right. Okay, great. I'd love if you look into that. And then are we going to hear any negatives from like the small and medium sized business owners based on any of these reforms?
You'll have an opportunity to hear from CBIA later today, so you can put that question to them. I'd defer to Commissioner Lehman, who's more in touch with that community. I think you will hear concerns over the high taxable wage base. Again, there is sticker shock there. We would be the highest in the country. We would also be well below where we would be had it kept pace with inflation since it was created in 1935. And I think if you can sit back, as all of us are willing to do, and look at the numbers and get under the hood of what it means to raise the base while simultaneously reducing the rate, if we can get around a table and talk about it, I think a lot of those concerns will go away. But I think you'll hear them as matters of first impression. But Commissioner Lehman.
Yeah, I would just say, once people get beyond the optics representative, I think some business owners will really get behind this and understand it and endorse it. There are going to be others, perhaps some that are hurt because of their own experience rating and the lack of a cap, that are paying more. So we're not going to be able to please everyone, but I believe the vast majority of the folks that do dig in here will be supportive of this, and the small to medium-sized businesses.
And we looked at this again, as I referenced in my conversation with Representative Cheeseman, at a sector level, and like, the restaurants as an industry will save something like 35% on UI taxes as a result of this proposal. That's not because they're getting a windfall. That's because they are overpaying right now. They are having costs transferred to them by higher users, higher income employers, and this would set them back somewhere closer to where they really should be. And so I think, as employers like that and others get under the hood, they'll realize that there are benefits to them, there are benefits to their workers, there are benefits to the economy. And even those employers who might end up paying a little more in the short term, my hope will see the benefit of putting the UI fund on a sustainable forward funded system that gets them out of this game of paying interest and just returns the entire operation to an insurance product, that is funded according to demand in a way that I think just reads as more natural to all members of the business community than the current subsidy in different of your use and ability to pay. This is a poll tax. This is a flat tax. Businesses and employees pay it without regard to their wealth or their expenditures or their income. It's just the same for everyone. And no one, that hasn't made much sense to almost anyone in America for the better part of 100 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Terry Wood.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Johnny Doc. This was very enlightening presentation. I too look forward to digging into the numbers. It is absolutely something we have to fix. I hear it often from small businesses. So again, I really appreciate this being brought forward. Two questions, and they're not specifically related to this bill, but no, they are related to this bill, but not specific to the bill. On the comment about the federal delegation to fight for turning the loan into a grant, how likely is that and what conversations have taken place? So I'm not sure, is that the commissioner, the deputy commissioner that would answer that, or?
I think, Governor Lamont has spoken about it publicly. I can't characterize whatever private conversations he might have had with members of our delegation. There has been federal legislation in the prior stimulus acts to defer the onset, Daryl fact check me on this, defer the onset or at least the payment obligations associated with some of the interest on our loans. And my guess is that the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, of which our DOL is a part, is also carefully tracking who's borrowed, who's been able to repay, what the consequences are. And I would expect our business associations who very much felt the impact of increased FUTA contributions in the wake of the Great Recession, as I said earlier, for years, to be lobbying up in Congress on this as well. It just makes, everyone wants a payroll tax cut. This is one that makes sense. But Daryl.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Johnny.
Total sense. Yeah,
Hello,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was only agreeing.
This is your time, Representative.
No, I know, but yeah, I should have let you finish. I'm sorry.
Hello, Representative Wood.
Yes, hi.
Commissioner Westby has been advocating for Congress to turn the loans into a grant in which it does not have to be repaid. We are also, as an agency, we're part of the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, NASWA for short, and all collectively the states, even states not borrowing, agree that this is the best for the country. And there's about 20 states that are borrowing, and it would be an absolute wonderful concept to create us back to where we were before the pandemic, make us whole, so that we're all on a fair game level in getting out of this pandemic and moving the economy forward. So we're advocating, and through Commissioner Westby and the governor, we are requesting, and we'll see where this goes. We know our voice is heard because in the last plan signed by President Biden on March 11th. It extended the interest-free through September 6th. So we're very pleased with that. That was a big hurdle. So it seems to be piece by piece, but we will continue to advocate for a grant versus a repayment of a loan for our state, our employers in Connecticut.
Wonderful, thank you. And my second question is to the Deputy Commissioner, again, related to this bill, but not specific to the bill. You mentioned the upgrades in the infrastructure. Why is it taking so long to accomplish that? And how are you working with DAS? If you could just talk very briefly to that. Maybe it's something we should have offline for those of us interested in learning how you're building this out to be more efficient.
Because I keep asking them pesky research questions that are distracting
Awesome.
from the task at hand.
It's a great question, and the agency would welcome an opportunity to explain and offer our direction as we move forward, and hopefully in the spirit of collaboration with the legislature. In addition to that, we do plan shortly after the turn of the year to provide a lot of information about the new program, as you are our stakeholders as well. And so we want to make sure that you understand what we're doing and what we're going to be implementing in June of 22. Why does it take so long? I never compare a state UI program against another state UI program. But in research, some states, it actually takes more than 20 years to implement a new system at over $100 million. Connecticut has the greatest subject matter experts with unemployment insurance. We don't have a great bench because we're lean. However, the experts that we have are doing a fantastic job. When we analyze which direction to go in for our state, we were planning to build our own system, and we realized that we did not have the funding to go the full length, and we didn't have the time. It would have probably taken us between 7 and 10 years to implement. When we made the decision,
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
We joined a consortium, and we are working with Mississippi and Maine who have this product. This product is also in Missouri, Wyoming, and hopefully will be in New York as well. So we're building together, and we started in the fall of 2016. We are on target to implement within 5 years, and it was supposed to go in May of this year. The pandemic set us back 13 months, but we're on parallel paths. We're doing all of the CARES Act, the ARP new planning, all of the requirements, the discussions here with legislature, and on a parallel path, we are going to implement Reemploy Connecticut, our brand of our UI system, in June of 22. But hopefully that answers your question.
Only that I want to learn more. So, but I appreciate the time, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, and thank you all this morning. Again, a lot of food for thought here, really important conversation to have, and I look forward to working with my co-chair and our ranking members to try to get a good bill done this year on this and bring some needed reform to this system. So thank you all.
Thank you for having us, and really thank you all very much for your commitment to this issue. And again, thank you to the experts at the department in the UI, tax and research teams for all of the numbers that you saw today. We look forward to following up with anyone interested.
Tom, who do we have next?
We have Elizabeth Frazier, if she is ready to go.
I'm ready to go. Thank you. Good morning, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Liz Frazier. I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services. CAUSE advances multi-generational policy and program solutions which promote family economic well-being and foster equitably resourced communities. And I'm here to express our support for SB 178, a bill concerning an increase to the applicable percentage of the Earned Income Tax Credit, EITC. This proposal will restore the EITC, which stands now at a 23% match of the eligible federal credit, up to the originally legislated 30% match of the federal credit. And while we support this increase, a larger increase to 50% would further help EITC eligible families who are most impacted by the COVID pandemic. One of our CAUSE programs is the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program, VITA, a program where lower income people can access free tax preparation. Through this program and the 600 volunteer preparers, CAUSE works with over 17,000 taxpayers a year, and the majority of these clients are eligible for the EITC. The EITC just puts money directly into the pockets of very low-income working families in Connecticut, and they will will relieve financial stress, which has been substantially increased with the pandemic. Many eligible for this credit are essential workers who worked right through the COVID crisis in grocery stores, gas stations, childcare centers, and long-term care facilities. An investment in raising the EIT to 30% will raise the average tax credit per family from $513 to about $669 per family based on family size. 50% would increase it to $1,026. The EITC increases as family income increases, but caps out at about $22,000 in income and then decreases slowly until it maxes out about an income of $56,000 for a family of 4. But juxtaposed to this, the 2020 ALICE report talking about asset limited, income constrained, and employed people in our state and families, it reports that a survival budget, just survival, is over $90,000 in Connecticut. And being asset limited, they have very little savings. The EITC is crucial to the ability of ALICE families to afford basic necessities like food, rent, and childcare. With limited assets, ALICE families have little in savings for an emergency, and the EITC can provide the ability to have an emergency fund. And research indicates that the income provided by these credits increases family savings, reduces debt, and improves financial well-being. Additionally, most of the money that goes to these families goes right back into local community businesses to pay for diapers, doctor bills, food, rent, car repair. So it helps local businesses as well, going right back into the economy as well as helping people. The ITC, just a few notes, is one of the most effective tools to reduce family poverty or help low-income families be less poor. Our EITC is also targeted low-income families who pay a disproportionate rate of taxes as compared to wealthier families. So increasing the Connecticut EITC will further mitigate this inequity. And in my testimony that I've delivered, there is a graph on that. And to sum up, we strongly believe that the Connecticut EITC is one of the most effective programs to reduce poverty, create a little bit more opportunity for families in our state. We support this, which would give additional relief and increase the financial security of over 200,000 very low income
30
families in
seconds,
Connecticut.
30 seconds.
Thanks, all done.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Next up, we have Randy Collins.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. My name is Randy Collins, Advocacy Manager for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Here today to oppose House Bill 6631, an act concerning the waiver of interest on delinquent taxpayers' property taxes. 6631 would allow municipal tax collectors to waive for good cause all or part of interest accrued to the delinquent filing of property taxes. This bill would create a significant confusion among towns and cities and honestly put our local tax collectors in an untenable position, requiring them to have to pick what is good cause and having them pick winners and losers. Right now, our processes and procedures are uniform across the board and requiring that when payments are late, interest begins to accrue at 1.5% per month, not compounding just on the principal. Towns aren't looking to collect interest in the idea of getting more revenue, but it is the means that we have to ensure prompt payment of property taxes, which is the sole source of revenue for our towns and cities. The idea that we can start to pick, this person can get it and that person can't, it's not a good road to go down. I think CCM also has concerns that when we're looking at, in a time of a pandemic that we're in, and a lot of people are having a hard time, that we're seeing this provision and this, something to help delinquent taxpayers at the local level. But are we seeing the same thing where we're going to allow the Commissioner of Revenue Services to waive interest or penalties and fees on state taxes that are delinquent? Why is this being solely asked upon our municipalities? We understand the property tax is regressive. We've long argued that we need comprehensive reform, but we don't think that this bill doesn't reduce our cost of doing businesses. Cost of doing business simply shifts the burden onto the payers that are meeting the obligations and paying on time. Thank you very much. I'll happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I would just say the intent of this bill is not to give tax collectors the ability to pick winners and losers. It's simply giving them the ability to use their good judgment to determine whether or not anybody that is a taxpayer should be granted some sort of leniency due to a circumstance that they make their case to that tax collector, rather than what happens now, which is that they come to make their case and the tax collector simply says, I'm sorry, the state statute has tied our hands. I wish I could help, but. So I guess my question to you would be, are there circumstances in which specifically CCM would support something like this if those circumstances were delineated here in this report? I'll give you an example, Mr. Collins. I had a constituent 2 years ago him and his wife, they're in their 80s. They like to pay their property tax by check. They don't have it deducted like my wife and I do through our mortgage. They had mailed a check to the town. Somebody had come to their mailbox, taken that check out of their mailbox, used it to somehow repurpose the check to give themselves some money. This was investigated by the Guilford police. The police actually arrested this person, but because of the fact that there was a crime and because it took some time for them to figure that out, and they had lost money, they were living on a fixed income, the tax collector said, listen, I've talked to the police, I certainly understand the situation, but my hands are literally tied. Is that a scenario in which perhaps a victim of a crime or somebody was to get COVID? Are there examples where CCM would support specific kinds of leniency versus a more broad-based leniency?
I certainly think, I mean, in that circumstance, I mean, obviously it's through no fault of their own. And I know that there have been occasions in the past when the governor's declared a weather emergency and people could not get, roads were closed and they could not get to town hall to pay their taxes, that, circumstances were extended. So I would never say, hey, it's an all or nothing. But again, it does create an issue of, you have, as I said, you have a local tax collector, many of which are still elected, that would have to say, okay, in that circumstance, yes, certainly that seems very reasonable. And that's why the hard deadline is difficult, because you can always find that case and say, hey, this fits into that. But then the next one comes up, hey, you know what, I'm just having a little hard time and I was waiting for a payment from a contractor and it didn't come in for a couple of days. And that tax collector then gives them a break. And if they're elected, could you not see oh, well, you gave that guy a break. Did he contribute to your campaign? Did he contribute at the local level? And what about this person over here? Why did you not provide them a similar leniency? It just creates a very hard situation where, again, that collector would still then have to pick who I'm going to give that good cause to and who I'm not. And that's where we just say it ends up into being a slippery slope. I mean, again, you can find that case where, like, yes, absolutely, something needs to be done. I mean, and I don't know what that process would be, but I don't know how, and I think it'd be very difficult to delineate in state statute that would be. We'd be happy to work with the collectors on this, but the uniformity of the process is one of the strengths of it. And sometimes it's a double-edged sword, but.
And I certainly understand that, Mr. Collins. I certainly understand that being elected and having to tell people no or yes is a tough predicament. Myself and my colleagues on this call, unfortunately, have to do that every day. And I would trust that a tax collector would be capable of doing that as well. I guess my charge to you, and you just offered it, so thank you, would be to work with myself and this committee, the tax collectors and your member towns, to try to see if there are specific examples in which it wouldn't be so broad, perhaps, that they would just have carte blanche decision-making power. But if there were specific examples, whether it's a crime or an illness or weather, to your point, that we could come to a mutually agreed upon definition of what those extenuating circumstances are, and look forward to working with you on that. So
Absolutely.
thank you. I see Representative Nuccio had her hand up, but I'm going to defer to the ranking member, Senator Martin, first, out of respect to his position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Mr. Collins, what's the current interest rate that if you're late for your property tax payments, what is the current rate?
The interest accrues at 1.5% per month, so totals out to 18% annually. But that is only on the principal. It's not compounding. So you would have a 1.5% applied on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I remember, I don't recall if it was last session or the session before, but I know when I was on the banking committee, we had similar legislation that, we felt that there's 18% was kind of high and almost usury to a point. And, there was a lot of pushback from the municipalities regarding changing that or reducing it back to 12%. I think back 2000 and, early mid 200s, I think 2000s. 2005, 2006. Would you guys would you entertain us reducing the amount from 18% down to 12%?
As I said, I mean, historically, we have always opposed it. This is not something that has come up with our membership this year, and I certainly would like to discuss it with them before I put us out there. But again, we're always willing to see, are the rates enough to comply prompt payment? Again, that's the key aspect that we're looking for. I do believe that our interest rates are lower than what the state currently charges. I have to confirm that. But as I said, it's 1.5% per month on the principal, so it doesn't compound. So we want, again, we're not looking at this as a means to create and generate additional revenue, but we want it to be substantial enough that it prompts the payment, because if it goes too far, all of a sudden those delinquent taxpayers, now they're coming up on a second tax bill. And now they haven't paid the first one. Are they going to fall even further behind? And then the method, then liens are placed and eventually they can go to tax sales. That's not what we want. But we understand, it's a regressive nature of a property tax structure that's hard. We saw this year with how many businesses, how many restaurants saying, because of the pandemic, we were ordered to shut our business down, but our property taxes are still due. And if a town, even if they could waive that interest or waive those taxes, we're now going to shift that on to other retail businesses, homeowners that are unemployed, by being wholly dependent on one tax system, basically dependent on the property tax. It doesn't allow us really a lot of flexibility. It's not, hey, we can ease up on our property tax collection because we're collecting it on our sales tax or local income taxes. This is the revenue system that we have. In a lot of those towns, there's 99 exemptions already built into it. So it does place an enormous burden on our local property taxpayers. And it's something that, we've consistently talked about revenue diversification, reducing exemptions, not expanding exemptions. Probably 20 different bills out there that would grant new property tax exemptions. That's what's placing the burden and making it as regressive as it is. I think we have to look at it comprehensively rather than just, is it the interest, but the system in general.
Thank you. Just one last question. What's the average collection rate for the municipalities?
I believe our average collection rate is over 95% statewide, but I know that there's a number of tax collectors that I believe that are signed up to testify, and they would probably, they would have better specific numbers on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I can look and get it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Nuccio.
It's hard to get down to that mute button sometimes. Good morning. How are you?
Living the dream.
Hey, you and me both. Quick question for you. Hearing what you're saying right now, I'm on the town council of my town, and I talk to my tax assessor all the time, and I understand what you're saying. So I guess my one question to you is, do you necessarily have a problem with the legislation as written, or is it just a matter of administration? And if we were to say, would this be better if it was something that could be appealed directly at the state level rather than the town level, would that alleviate your concern?
I'm not sure the process by which it would be appealed to the state level. We certainly look at that. As I said, I mean, I'm not sure the administrative procedure or where that would go. But I'd be happy to discuss that and to see if that is a solution. Again, putting it on, at the strictly at the local level could place, a really undue burden on local officials of having to say yes or to say no to their constituents. I mean, it is, you're talking livelihoods, you're talking people's homes. I mean, no one wants to apply interest. As I said, our goal is we'd love to be able to reduce the property tax across the board, and make it easier for people to pay, easier for our businesses and our, homeowners, businesses to meet that burden. But as I said, we have a system with 1,200 mandates, most of them unfunded or underfunded. A property tax system has 99 exemptions, 40 local option exemptions. Each one of those local options of how can I not, an option to provide a tax credit for this group or these, seniors or veterans. I mean, and there's a lot of pressure to do this. And then again, it just shifts the burden to other taxpayers. So again, I really think it's at some point, how do we reform the property tax system in general so that it reduces the regressive nature of it and is more workable for, as I said, all of our taxpayers, rather than is it just the interest or is it, a single exemption? But that's, it's an impediment to economic development. It's an impediment to home ownership. So I said, we are, as CCM, willing to work. This is a cause we've fought for many years, but it's hard when it's the only revenue stream we have.
Right, and I understand that. I understand the whole regressiveness of the property tax and everything else. I think it would be worth it for us to kind of look and see if this was something that we could find a way to maybe administer at the state level, because it would take the decision out of the hands of the local level. But I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next up, Tom.
Yep, Scott Drozd. I don't know if he's ready. Yep, here he comes. Oh, you're muted, sir.
Sorry, thank you for your patience. Can you all hear me? All right, great. Well, thank you all today to the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Scott Drozd, and I'm the CEO at FCP Euro. We are an online provider of replacement parts for European cars. The company was established in 1986, and it's a second-generation business that had made the transition from brick and mortar to present day a global online retailer. I want to talk about the Invest CT fund today and the investment we received back in 2018 from Stonehenge. At that time, we were 46 million in revenue and about 88 employees. And we were having such a tremendous difficulty finding sources of capital. Credit markets were incredibly tight. The banks just couldn't give us any leverage or lending capacity. So we were on the ropes. Fast growing business, Inc. 5000 7 times, but obviously fast growing business, still trying to remain profitable. It was very, very tough to get financing. Through the Invest CT program, we were able to not only keep the 88 employees that we had, but over the next, to present day, we grew the company by 92 employees. So we now have 180 employees here, and we're on track for 160 million in revenue for 2021. I don't think this would have been possible without the funding from Invest CT, that growth from 46 million to 160 million. So I'm talking on behalf today. I can't stress enough how important this type of funding is, this alternative lending for businesses that don't have access to tight credit markets. And I've got to imagine that there are hundreds or maybe of thousands of other businesses in our, like ours, like FCP Euro in the state of Connecticut, looking for funding. On behalf of our company, I support and encourage an extension of the Invest CT fund and program.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to the next witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Representative Perry, what is the question?
No, not a question, just thank you. I love it when people come in that we don't usually hear from. I mean, I love hearing from everybody, but I really appreciated, Scott, your testimony as a business owner who's thriving and built a great business. It's the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Cheeseman.
Very quick question. Thank you for coming here today, Scott. Where had you attempted to get financing before InvestCT had been able to provided you the funds that allowed you to grow your company?
Yeah, I mean, we were, for the most part, we were undercapitalized and privately held to just our own cash flow. We were just doing small senior lending facility from Webster Bank, local banks. But really the trick is the transition from a small business to a lower middle market needs a different level of financing and capital. And really that's where I do think the lower middle market, 100 million to 500 million, is where most of the economic growth in the state is going to come from. And traditional senior lending is very difficult with the leverage ratios and some of the credit markets to take those businesses from 10, 20, 30 million to 100, 200, 300 million. So, we tried from senior lending and they couldn't do it. Especially after kind of the Dodd-Frank Act, they just, there's some strict regulations, and, the alternative funding through this program gave us that critical capital that we wouldn't have been able to do without it. So, it was just, it was small senior lending facilities, but they couldn't stretch to give us what we needed to grow the business.
And my understanding is that these new jobs that you create, 75% of them have to be in the state of Connecticut. There are metrics in terms of job creation. Am I correct on that?
That is correct. I think it's higher than 75%, but we kept 95% of the jobs that we grew from 80 to 190 are in this, within the state of Connecticut. And just to, also to look a little into the future, by 2025, we're going to be 750 million with over 650 jobs in Connecticut. And again, it's not just a trajectory of us getting to 160 million today, but it's the capital that's putting us on that trajectory to get to 600-700 jobs over the next 5 years. So it was really, really instrumental to our growth and the growth of our employee base here.
And these are skilled jobs paying good salaries and wages, obviously.
These are all skilled jobs paying on average salary about 65,000 and up. So yeah, all skilled jobs.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Tom.
Yep, Jim Klopik.
Yep.
Sorry, Koplik.
No problem. Can everybody see me?
Yes, go ahead, Jim.
Okay, great. Thank you. First of all, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you very much. I'm Jim Koplik of Stamford, Connecticut, president of Live Nation, Connecticut and upstate New York, and we own and operate the Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and the Xfinity Theater in Hartford. We also promote a lot of shows at most of the other venues, concert venues in the state. I'm happy to appear in front of you to support the equitable admissions tax treatment of the Xfinity Theater in Hartford. We draw over 350,000 people a year annually to its events, and we consider it an important cultural and entertainment attraction for the state. I also want to look at this bill as a rescue bill. We seem to be the only concert venue in the state that pays 10% admissions tax. Everybody else is either at 0 or at 5%, and it results in the loss of concert events to other venues in the state, and also more so to surrounding states of Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island, which have no admissions tax or sales tax put on the tickets that people buy. It's discriminatory, in my opinion, to the people that go to the Xfinity Theater, and we are hoping to level the playing field and get down from 10% to 5%, which all for-profit venues pay in the state of Connecticut. Do want to mention two other things. Number one, we've been out of business for over a year now, so any relief would be most appreciated. And at this point, we're not sure when we're going to be back in business. I don't know of any other businesses in the state of Connecticut that actually have really closed down. We've lost most of our employees on furlough or laid off, so we do need to get back to business. Secondly, I know that OPM has said that they are against this bill because of the loss of state taxes, which I understand mathematically, but what they're not taking into account is if we lose the show to another state, it's a much bigger loss. Doing quick math, if we have our average show at Xfinity grosses $400,000, 5% is $20,000 tax. But we also, if it goes to Rhode Island, Massachusetts, or New York, that show that artist will not pay 7% income tax, which on $400,000 would be $28,000. Plus, we pay about another $25,000 in additional sales tax on food, beverage, parking, and T-shirts and whatever else. So we essentially are looking at a tax loss for every show that doesn't appear in Connecticut due to this unusual 10% tax versus what is 5%, which I could sell to the artist, but I just can't sell 10% because most artists are really looking to have their ticket prices more uniform, and 10% makes it much less uniform.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
I'm done. How's that?
That's great. Hey, Mr. Koplik, good to see you. I really enjoyed meeting you a couple weeks ago and talking about this. You've got a long history in the business, and it was a fascinating conversation. Just a few quick questions for you. Number one, we're sitting here, it's March 17th. People are feeling pretty good about where things are at. I, for one, miss live music a lot. As I mentioned to you when we met, I have some really fond memories of going to some amazing concerts at what I will always refer to as the Meadows, even though the name is maybe changed. But what are you hearing from artists? I know you're very connected to people. Are they going to tour this summer? Are you expecting to be able to have shows there with social distancing and masks? Give us a little sense of what the concert outlook is looking like.
Most artists are against the idea of social distancing. They don't like the feel of getting on stage and seeing people 6 feet apart from each other. They're used to playing venues where the audience is much more tribal and together. So the amount of artists that will play under social distancing rules is very limited. Some will, but most won't. Ringo Starr just was our opening show at the new amphitheater in Bridgeport. And I got a call from Ringo's people a couple of days ago asking about social distancing. And I said, as of now, we're still socially distanced. And he canceled the date on us. And that was going to be our opening show. I think most artists feel that way, but I've been working with Commissioner Lehman, and he's been very helpful. And hopefully we'll hear soon some rules that might improve the opportunity to get concerts in Connecticut.
Okay, and then again, without having you name drop people, we had sort of talked about, and it was fascinating to me, number one, that these artists pay you the night of the show, right? Is that accurate?
What ends up doing is it's the night of the show, and I'll use Dave Matthews Band as an example because Dave Matthews Band's played Xfinity almost every single year. In 2020, he was skipping the Xfinity Theater. He does do the same ticket prices all over the place. Wherever he plays in the country, our 10% tax really does raise the price dramatically. And he was not going to play Xfinity in 2020, and I expect he won't play Xfinity in 2021.
And again, but you were saying when we met that 5%, whether it's him, Foo Fighters, any of the biggest bands in the world, makes a big difference of whether they come here or not, right?
Yes, very much so. They would much rather go to a state where there is no tax. They don't want the customer paying the tax, or they don't want the tax taken out of their fee, which sometimes we've done also. Instead of charging the customer, we've taken out of their fee, which means they make less money. So either way, we're Connecticut. We're not a major market. And I built 50 years I've been doing shows in Connecticut. Well, really 49 one year. Now I'm in the vaccination business right now, as both of our venues are vaccination sites. So I always say 49 years I've been in the concert business. 1 year I'm now in the vaccination business. But I think we're going to end up seeing less shows. And when OPM does the math, they're doing the math as if the show exists, but they're not taking into account if the show doesn't exist. And they're also not taking into account the loss of revenue if the show doesn't exist on the food, the beverage, and the parking and everything like that. So the math actually works in favor of the state by dropping the tax from 10% to 5%.
I completely agree. Thank you, Mr. Koplik. I know Senator Fanfara had a question as well.
Well, I didn't have a question, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Jim. I was just trying to recover from your statement that OPM would oppose something that we wanted to do as opposed to just what they wanted to do. So, but I'm feeling better about it now. So thanks very much.
Okay, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good comment, Mr. Senator Fonfara. Jim, just a couple of questions regarding COVID, and I know you lost almost all your shows, if not all, but you lost a lot of your employees to other businesses. But have you received any grant money, any help from the state whatsoever regarding this period of time here?
We have received no grant money or loan money either from the federal government or from the state government.
And regarding the taxes, currently you pay 10%, and don't you also pay an additional on top of that 10%, 2% or on top of that to municipalities?
Yes, we pay 2% to the city of Hartford.
And lastly, I know you're constantly or always in competition with the tribes for artists and so forth. Are they paying taxes regarding go ahead.
There is no admissions tax at Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun.
So that 10%, 2% is not applicable to them?
No, it's not. And, frankly, Dave Matthews moved out to Mohegan Sun this year. I don't want to speak against the tribes, but I'm just stating the fact that Dave Matthews is now playing in 2021 at Mohegan Sun. So therefore, it's a good example of losing the show, and therefore the state losing the opportunity to even get 5%.
So if we reduce this to from 10% down to 5%, we're actually sort of giving you a fighting chance to be competitive to attract artists.
Yes, and as I said, the math will actually work out that the state will make more money if we get the show at 5% because of all the additional taxes. And that doesn't include the hotel tax that all the artists stay in hotels, gas tax, the gas tax that the customer might pay going to the show and back. And there's a lot of outside taxes that I'm not including in my numbers. So there's even a greater advantage.
Mr. Koplik, thank you so much. Appreciate your response. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara. A quick just sort of comment and question. Jim, have you applied for under the shuttered stages, such shuttered venues grant that the feds have just recently authorized under the American Recovery Plan? Because that would seem to be suited for a venue like yours.
It would be. The problem is that we're owned by a company that's too large to apply for that. That's the problem we've had.
Oh, yeah, I think you had more than. And secondly, just commiserating, my day job, I run a children's museum, and I often say as I'm talking to my fellow executive directors, the one thing that makes me feel better from a Schadenfreude point of view is that I'm not operating a performing arts venue. So you have my sympathies, and certainly anything we can do to assist going forward to make you more competitive. And like Chair Scanlon, I really miss live music. So the sooner we get you going again, the better. Thank you, Senator Fonfara. And your comments about OPM were spot on. We should do dynamic scoring on all of this. We should look at something as just a loss of revenue. We should look at the revenue that will result when we make these changes that are going to keep the state whole and better off. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair Fonfara.
I think that's an unusual request that we would ask people to think. I know that's not something that we're used to, but maybe one of these days. The one and only Representative Jack Hennessy. Jack, you have the floor.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara. Good morning. Just a comment. I just want to thank you, Jim, for coming to testify today. As a representative from Bridgeport, I want to also thank you for your patience and endurance in coming to Bridgeport. I hope that we can finally get rid of this egregious tax, and I hope we can open up and have live performance this summer. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Chairman. How are you? I don't think I've seen you yet this morning.
Well, hopefully we won't do 15 hours today.
Oh, that would be nice. Mr. Koplik, first, let me have a little fangirl moment and just thank you for making my entire life and my children's life very memorable through live music. We had a lot of 2020 concerts that we were planning to go to that all got canceled and held on to our tickets because, you know, there's truly no other way to experience music. And I loved going back all the way Hartford Civic Center and that, and seeing Jim Koplik on a lot of my tickets on my wall. You know, this is a moment for me here. So first, I just want to thank you.
Thank
Second, no, thank you, really.
This gray hair is really not real. It's my father that really did everything. I just don't.
You know, it's all right. It's a family tradition. I'm good with you.
Really me. It's me, I'm afraid.
So you had mentioned something that that a couple of people have touched on, and I think it's worthy of digging into. I really have two questions that maybe you can help me with, and one of them is if you can provide any kind of history on why these couple of venues were chosen to receive a higher tax rate. And the second is I think you bring up a very good point. I'm an accountant by nature, so the ROI on this is very interesting to me. If you have any kind of indication of how many shows you think you may be able to increase and bring because of this this drop in rates, the decrease in tax, because it does seem pretty punitive, and I can understand the performers pushing back on it, especially when they can go to the casinos with no tax, or, you know, we're a small state, so jumping the line to Massachusetts or Rhode Island isn't very difficult to overpass Connecticut.
Well, the interesting thing is that in this pandemic era, ticket pricing has become even more important to the artists, and they're trying to keep the ticket pricing as low as possible because of the unemployment issues that we have going forward. So I would estimate that we would gain probably 5 shows annually at Xfinity if we did, and I think that would be a total increase in taxes, even though we're dropping the admissions tax by 5%. I think we would end up gaining over $50,000 in tax per show. So that probably is $250,000 bonus to the state of Connecticut by dropping a tax. As was mentioned earlier, I respect OPM, but they're looking strictly at the numbers. They're not looking at the business. And the business is, if we lose a show, not only do they not get their 5 or 10%, but we don't get all the other tax money that comes along with that. And we do lose money. And as I said, we lost Dave Matthews to the casino, and there are other bands that are going to start either skipping Connecticut. We're not New York, we're not Boston, so it's easy to skip Connecticut, and they'll play places where their ticket prices are lower because of the pandemic and the number of people unemployed. I feel it myself. I lost most of my staff to unemployment.
And that's going to hurt long run. So do you have any of the history on why these couple of venues had a higher tax rate? Is there anything there that can kind of give us a little bit of the why this happened?
Everybody used to, well, all for-profit venues used to be at 10%. A couple of years ago, I worked hard to try to get Oakdale and Xfinity, which I represent, down to 5%. I was successful at Oakdale, but I was not successful at Xfinity. I don't know what happened in committee. I don't really have the answer to why it didn't happen. That's why I'm just coming back to try to get Xfinity down to what everybody else is, every other for-profit. Most venues in the state of Connecticut are not-for-profit venues, so there's no admissions tax at all. So that's my problem to deal with. That's not, anything else. So we're really competing against very few venues when it comes to an admissions tax at all. So lowering it to 5% really helps us.
Well, I look forward to working with you to try to make that happen, because I, as a pretty avid concert goer for most of my life, I understand the impact of all of the people that are coming and the revenue that's generated. So I do think, from an ROI perspective, if we were really to blow this out, that we would see an increase. So I hope to be able to work with this committee to look at that. And thank you again, sir. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Same to you. Thank you so much.
Representative Meskers.
Chairman Fonfara, I guess I'll start with a happy St. Patrick's Day from behalf of my grandmother, Mary McGill. And
you've got every base covered, my friend.
I know. And my grandfather will wish you a happy St. Joseph's Day, which is 2 days forward. My grandfather, Luigi Benuco.
Where you're
I'm working all the bases as we speak. Jim, you came in to speak to us. I hope we get to a happy solution and medium on this. And there are 2 parts to that. I'd love if we go forward to get that financial impact in terms of what it means for you and what we can do on bookings. Ultimately, it's funny. I would take this, and I wouldn't want to be more aggressive in the short term, because what I want is to maximize the revenue. I think Senator Fonfara and all of us sat through some heart-wrenching conversations over the last couple of days about various financial needs of the state. But I think you're right on dynamic scoring. We're right on looking at the revenue stream. The interesting thing where I would look is it's also a marginal tax rate. So if we go to 5% and you get a 70% occupancy at the concert venue, then the question is, do we look at it and say, okay, we've made 10 million or 5 million or whatever in tax revenue from your business. If we begin to set a base rate to encourage you to go to an 80 or 90 or 100% occupancy to book more revenue, and we get more dollars, but with a sliding scale, just so I want to maximize your occupancy and maximize the take for the state. So, a flat tax incentivizes. I wouldn't want to make a flat fixed tax, but if I could get incremental dollars every time you booked a seat, you could get 40 more gigs or 30 more gigs, I'd be looking at the last 2 gigs you booked or venues and saying maybe we could take a slightly lower tax rate because we are really hitting it out of the park, no pun intended. And I think that's the issue we have to look at, is how do we maximize your level of activity and maximize ultimately the tax revenue we need for the state to solve all the pressing needs. So I think first we want to talk about, if we get here on this, we definitely will want reports back that it was efficacious, that we got the bookings, that the overall revenue increased for the state in terms of sales tax, in terms of number of venues, and then how we can continue to make this, I want everybody doing this activity in the state. I want the concerts here, and I want the tax revenue here. And that's more my concern. So I'm happy to try to see what we can do here. And thank you.
I appreciate it. I enjoy your background, Greenwich Avenue. Down there, I guess you're from Greenwich, right? Obviously.
I'm the shoreline, basically from Port Chester up to the Stamford border. I cover the entire town.
Well, our new Bridgeport venue, which is behind me,
right?
On my background, will be certainly drawing from Fairfield and Westchester County. We're going to bring a lot of out-of-state money into Connecticut with the Bridgeport venue.
We'll see if a 63-year-old ends up going to your show, but I'm willing to.
Don't worry. There's a 71-year-old booking it. I'll be bringing shows you want, I guarantee you.
Good to hear. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Jim, you like my background? I think you can see Xfinity if you look hard enough in the back there.
Yes, yes, Senator Fonfara, and it's empty like it's been the last year.
Yeah, let's pray that changes soon. Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Koplik, I'm glad we were able to help you in the Finance Committee to help the Wallingford facility at Oakdale. And I wanted to thank you for being a vaccination host, for opening your theater, even though you're not doing shows now, but for opening your theater for mass vaccinations. That's very, very helpful to the community. And I hope we can, Finance Committee can take care of your other theater in Hartford this year.
Well, I must tell you, I always thought I brought happiness to Connecticut when I would stand outside my theater when people were walking out after a great concert. But I didn't realize that I didn't really bring the ultimate happiness. Standing outside of Oakdale when people get their vaccinations, they're even happier than going to a concert. So it's a pleasure to go to Oakdale and see what's going on. We're giving, between Oakdale and Xfinity, we're giving 14,000 vaccinations a week right now.
I guess Representative Mashinsky has completed her interrogation. Jim, truth be told, for the members, the committee members, the reason we didn't, I hope you'll take this in the spirit that it's intended. The reason we didn't do the other venue is because, and I said this at the time, is because how would we make it through the session without your entertainment coming before us every year? We would miss that.
I miss you. I think last time I said I'm going to keep coming every year, even if I'm in a wheelchair. I never thought it would be Zoom calls, though.
Nor did we, but we always appreciate. We're going to endeavor to persevere, as they say, to help you. I think you have bipartisan support on this committee. You've impacted a lot of lives positively. You're doing even that today, as you've said. But we appreciate, quality of life is important. And too often we criticize our state for not having as much of that as we would like to, but you certainly try to level that off, and we're grateful.
Thank you.
I see no other hands at this point, so you are released. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Next up, we have Susan Garton.
Ms. Garton.
Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman. And I hope to see you and all the members of the Finance Committee at concerts in the very near future. It will be great for all of us. So I'm Sue Garton. I'm a managing attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and I'm testifying today in support of HB 6633, which is a long overdue reform of the unemployment insurance system. As a longtime legal services attorney, I often represent low-income workers who've lost their jobs through no fault of their own and who depend on unemployment insurance to pay for basic necessities for their families. I'm also a member of the Employment Security Advisory Board, which was created by the legislature to advise the Labor Commissioner on policy matters related to UI. And some of the benefits proposals that are contained in 6633 originated with the Employment Security Advisory Board. So as you've heard, unemployment insurance is an essential component of economic security for families and economic stability for Connecticut. It can keep people out of poverty, and it is a powerful tool for economic stimulus. Every $1 spent on unemployment benefits generates as much as $2 in economic activity. But as you've heard through Johnny Dock's proposal and the commissioner, the unemployment financing system just hasn't kept pace with wage growth, and Connecticut has therefore been forced to borrow significant sums from the federal government to pay claims when the unemployment trust fund was depleted. But I want to emphasize strongly that the trust fund deficiency is not because unemployment insurance benefits are too generous. On the contrary, the average weekly benefit is only $292, which is less than a third of the state's average weekly wage of $1,074. Originally, the unemployment benefits were intended to replace half of a worker's wages. We're nowhere close to that now. And benefits are paid to fewer than half of all jobless workers. So the recipiency rate is quite low. I have been really gratified by the committee members' questions and support for unemployment trust reform. This is something we've been grappling with at the advisory board for more than a decade. And as Johnny said, the board is half worker representatives, half business representatives. We came up with a balanced proposal that included increases in the taxable wage base, and most of the business representatives, with one exception, endorsed that. So this bill before you, HB 6633, properly focuses.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Okay, the only suggestion we would make is that the minimum weekly benefit be increased from $15 to $25 rather than $40 in order to leverage additional federal supplemental uninsurance payments like the $300 per week that have been recently provided by the American Rescue Plan of 2021. Thank you, and we hope you will support 6633.
Thank you, Ms. Garton. You have one question, or at least at this time, Representative Santiago. Good to see you, madam.
Good to see you, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day.
Agreed. Please proceed.
Can you still see me? Okay. Can you still hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question because the money that is put in by the employer, and when someone goes out and then is unemployed and collects unemployment, and you said that the average was what, $290 or something like that. Do you see more of those recipients going out and applying for social service agencies? Do you have statistics on now that they are collecting, having to go and apply for energy assistance, for example, food stamps, and other benefits? Do you see a rise in that, or do you have statistics on that? Thank you.
Yes, the workers who we represent, who are the low wage workers, and so they get a lower benefit, weekly benefit rate. Some are even lower than $292. Some of them do qualify for the first time for SNAP, for Husky, and probably for energy assistance. And I believe the Department of Social Services does have data to show the increases, the correlating increases.
And one of the things that I also see is that once they're unemployed, a lot of people do lose their health insurance. So you will see a spike in people applying for insurance through either Access Health or Husky. And that also includes, like I said, in other services. So I thank you for your information, and thank you for coming here today to testify. So I'm going to see if I can get that information. And thank you, Senator Fonfara, for letting me speak.
You are welcome all the time. You know that, Representative Santiago. You are a trooper, a longtime member of this committee. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara. Thank you for coming here today, Attorney Garten. Just quick question about the makeup of the board that advised on this. You said you were a member. Can you just give me a snapshot of the number and what backgrounds the members serving on the board had?
Sure. On the labor side, there are some vacancies now. There's generally a representative of the AFL, and right now it's Dave Roach from the Carpenters Union. And I think we have 2 vacancies. There used to be a retired member of the Department of Labor. And on the business side, there's a representative of Electric Boat. Eric Getty from the CBIA is a representative. Henry Zakarian, who is a retired employment attorney, attorney for employers. And there used to be a small business representative from the construction industry. I believe that position is also vacant. And there is a neutral arbitrator because sometimes we have disputes.
I can't imagine that. And who determines who chooses the people to serve on the board? Is this in the purview of the governor? Is this legislative? Is it combined? How are the members chosen?
It's legislatively determined. The speakers, the majority leader, the Speaker of the House, and minority leader, and the governor each have selected appointments that they can make.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your help, and thank you for coming today. Thank you, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Susan, for being here. Just a quick question on, actually 2 quick questions. You had mentioned in your testimony, which is something I often just want to follow up on because I think there can be questions about it around which workers really receive the benefits. So when you spoke to that it's paid to fewer than half of jobless workers, can you explain why that is?
Sure. Unemployment benefits are only available to people who are able and available to work full time. So those rules have a disproportionate effect, particularly on female workers who have the larger share of childcare responsibilities, may only be able to work part-time. So if they lose their job, even if their wages are important for the sustenance of the family, they are not eligible for unemployment benefits because they're not available for full-time work. There are other rules that disproportionately impact lower income workers. For example, if someone can't get to work and loses their job because of a transportation issue, they don't have the funds to fix their car, they don't qualify for unemployment benefits because loss of personally owned transportation disqualifies them. And similarly, if they lose childcare, same thing, they don't qualify for unemployment benefits.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I think to your point, it's helpful to kind of understand some of the barriers that are there in who can access those benefits. And just a quick question, you mentioned at kind of the end of your testimony. So was this proposal put together before the American Rescues Act? And to follow up on that, I heard one suggestion based on the American Rescues Plan, excuse me. But are there others that you're aware of that we should consider long-term?
So the benefits adjustments in this proposal, the severance, not making severance pay allocable, and the freeze on the maximum benefit and increasing the minimum wage base, those predate the most recent iteration of the American Rescue Plan. Those go back to 2014 when the Employment Security Advisory Board recommended those. There was a much less systemic and fundamental change to the taxable wage base that was endorsed by the board at that time to get us on the path to solvency. But that was never introduced here. I think 6633 is a much better way to do it because it not only gets us on the path to solvency, but it also creates equity within the distribution of the tax burden in the business community. I mean, that said, my interest is that every time the trust fund is insolvent, it increases pressure, political pressure really for benefits cuts. And that is absolutely the worst thing to do in times of economic difficulty, both for individuals, families, and the economy.
Thanks, Susan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have exhausted the interest, at least at this time, Ms. Carton. So in terms of questions, so Tom?
Yep, we have Abby Jewett and Deborah Beerbaum going together.
Hi, Abby. Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Senator Fanfaro, Representative Scanlon, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Martin, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Abby Jewett. I'm the Regional Vice President for AT&T Connecticut for External Affairs. Joining me today is Deborah Beerbaum, Assistant Vice President for Tax Policy, and she's going to assist me in answering any questions you may have. Here today to testify in support of House Bill 6629, an act concerning the collection and remittance of the E911 fee by marketplace facilitators. House Bill 6629 updates Connecticut tax code to capture the E911 fee for telecommunication services sold through a marketplace facilitator. This proposal ensures that anyone who can access the state's E911 system is contributing to it through the fee collected. You have my written comments, so I'm not going to read those for you today, but just want to give you some general background. The 911 fee is collected through your bill for traditional wireline, voice over IP, wireless, and prepaid wireless. And those funds go to fund services for your PSAPs, training for dispatchers, and the like. In 2012, we realized that there was a group of people who were eligible to use the 911 system through their phone that were not paying into the system because they were a prepaid wireless customer. There was no relationship between the carriers and prepaid wireless, and majority of the time that they were buying directly from a retailer, even through a CVS or Best Buy. And so we passed a law here in Connecticut that created a system where the 911 fee was collected at point of sale through the retailer. They collect it and remit it in the same manner that they do in the sales tax. And then in 2018, after the Wayfair decision, which allowed the state to start collecting online sales tax, We updated that law to include sales tax remittance through a marketplace facilitator. And a marketplace facilitator
30
is
seconds. 30
is
seconds.
an Amazon company, as an example, where they aggregate sellers and help facilitate that sale. When we updated that law for collection of sales tax, there was an oversight where there wasn't put in place the ability to collect the 911 fee. So what this law does is it closes that gap and sets up a mechanism for marketplace facilitators to collect and remit the 911 fee in the same manner in which they do the sales tax. And so we appreciate your consideration of this proposal and the fact that it allows anyone who can access the 911 fee to pay into that system. Happy to answer any questions you may have. I think you're on mute, Senator.
Thank you. I'm trying to do 7 things at once here. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today, Abby. So basically, in short, this ensures there are no free riders on that 911 system, that if you have a device, whether you bought it through Amazon or you went into Verizon, you are now contributing. And how much is the typical fee? Is it based on usage? How would this be determined?
So the rate is set by PURA. The Department of Statewide Emergency Telecommunications sends their budget to PURA, and then PURA calculates what that rate would be. Currently, for the fiscal year 2020-2021, it's 68 cents, excuse me. And if you're paying it through your traditional telephone bill, that's a monthly fee. If you're a prepaid customer, you pay for it at point of sale. So you pay for it when you purchase the original phone, and then when you replenish your minutes, every time you replenish your minutes. So if you replenish them every 2 months, you're paying it once every 2 months. If you replenish it twice a month, you're paying it twice.
So basically, if you're one of these people who falls in that category, you're paying it based on usage.
Yes, for prepaid.
For prepaid, exactly. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chair Fanfara.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jewett, for testifying here today. So we're basically, with this piece of legislation, we're really leveling the playing field. And I do have a question regarding ongoing discussions. Are there nationally with eBay and I guess Amazon regarding this matter?
Deborah, you want to answer that?
Sure. Senator, the National Conference of State Legislators Executive Task Force on State and Local Taxation had a working group formed to bring together all the stakeholders, legislators from across the country, as well as the communications providers and the traditional marketplace facilitators. And through that process, we developed a model bill, which for the most part, Connecticut's marketplace facilitator follows that. In that effort, they had a footnote to say states should consider, if they have other fees, that they should extend them. And so through that process, the 911 was raised. Last year, we spent the year working through the Council on State Taxation with Amazon and the other facilitators to come to agreement on the language. And with this, the marketplace facilitators were okay, as long as they were given till July 1st, 2022 to change their systems to be able to collect this fee. Unlike the telecom companies, they're not used to as many fees as on their system, so they have to build that system.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much, Ms. Barham and Ms. Jewett. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Abby, I see no one else. I don't know if Ms. Beerbaum wanted to speak beyond just taking questions, but.
No, I think Abby covered everything, and I'll just be.
Thank you very much. Tom?
Yep. Fred Karstensen. Fred Karstensen, if he's available.
No Fred.
No, he's in here, but let me see if he's okay. We could skip if he's not available to Jim Paris.
How about Jim?
Here comes
Jim is
Jim.
here.
There he is.
Hello, everybody. Everyone can see and hear me fine?
We do, sir.
Great. Good morning, Chairpersons Funfair and Scanlon, ranking members Cheeseman and Martin, and distinguished members of the Finance and Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Jim Paris, and I'm the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut CEO. With the HBRA of Connecticut is a professional trade association with nearly 900 business members statewide, employing tens of thousands of Connecticut residents. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 6630. If passed, HB 6630 would simply fix Section 12-494 of the Connecticut General Statutes to reflect the legislative intent more accurately. The clearly expressed intent of the 2019 conveyance tax adopted by Public Act 19-117 was to deter wealthier residents from selling their homes and leaving the state to stem the growing tide of outward migration. Unfortunately, the bill was written a little too broadly and has negatively impacted small business builders that pose no such flight risk.
I'm going to put you in breakout sessions because the chairman of the committee just asked
On July 1st, 2020, Connecticut increased the conveyance tax rate applied to sellers of real property from 1.25% to 2.25% on the portion of the sale that exceeds 2.5 million in accordance with Public Act 19-117. Under this law, a seller who stays in Connecticut for 3 years after the sale of the home can begin to recoup the difference via a tax credit equal to 1/3 of the conveyance tax paid over a span of 3 years. In order to recoup the entire difference, the seller would have to remain in Connecticut for a total of 6 years after the sale of the home. Unfortunately, as currently written, the Connecticut General Statute 12-494 also taxes small business builders who sell newly constructed homes. But unlike a homeowner who sells their home, builders cannot avail themselves of the tax credit. The HBRA of Connecticut believes it was not the intent of the legislature to burden the sale of new construction sold by small business builders who do not pose a clear and present flight risk, and appreciates the fix that House Bill 6630 offers. Repealing the tax will free up more capital, giving small businesses, builders greater ease to flow from one project to another, and will help them to better keep up with the rising demand. Repealing the tax would also make Connecticut more competitive with surrounding states that are also vying for wealthier transplants fleeing New York and elsewhere for suburbia. Recent data has shown that many of those leaving the city are highly mobile professionals and small to mid-sized business owners who are bringing significant economic activity with them. Connecticut should do everything it can to attract these individuals to help reverse the trend of outward migration and grow the economy. Thank you for the opportunity to submit, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jim. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim, for being here today. So typically, how many homes does this affect every year? Do you have a figure?
Well, I can say this, Representative Cheeseman, that in 2020, the sales of new construction over 2.5 million equaled just under 220 million in revenue, which means small business would have been able to keep and invest just under 2.2 million. I would contrast that with the existing home sales in 2020 at the 2.5 million price point, which equaled just under 1.7 billion, which would have been a revenue loss of 16.9 million if included in this bill, which of course they are not.
Right.
So clearly the lion's share of the revenue gained from the existing conveyance comes from the sale of existing homes.
Right. And you mentioned our neighboring states. Does New York have a comparable tax on these high value homes, or Massachusetts or New Jersey, to your knowledge?
So, obviously, the conveyance tax, as it's currently written in the state of Connecticut, it impacts the entire state. But I would say that the Fairfield County area would probably be where it is most significantly felt. And if we were to compare the conveyance tax to that of our neighbors to the west in New York, it would be for 2 to 3 million, or for the cost of a sale of a home of 2 to 3 million. It would be a conveyance tax of 1.25%. For a sale of a home valued at 3 to 5 million, it would be 1.5%. And then when you go from 5 to 10, it would increase to 2.25%.
Right. So, the genesis of this aside, New York would still be, even if this stayed the same, significantly lower than we are.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your answers, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wood. You are on there.
Thank you. I know. My question, I had actually just lowered my hand. My question is more philosophical than would be directed at this bill. So I'm going to withhold it for another discussion. Thank you.
There will be opportunity, I'm sure, Representative Wood. I think that is it, Jim.
Senator, if I could just add one more thing, if I could, I noticed that the one piece of testimony submitted today in opposition to this legislation was from OPM. And I would simply argue, similar to what was argued by those that are promoting concert venues, that the benefits of reducing the conveyance tax for these small businesses would allow for more frequent turnover of development projects and a quicker turnaround, and therefore certainly more tax revenue to the state and local municipalities.
Thank you, sir. Tom.
Yep. Next up, we have William Donlin, followed by Fred Karstensen. Back to Fred after.
Bill,
morning.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, my friend. If anyone is Irish today or every day, it's Bill Donlin, no question.
Nice to see you, Senator. Can you hear me?
Hear you fine, thank you.
Okay. Happy St. Patrick's to you all. Senator Fonfara, Senator Martin, Representative Scanlon, Representative Cheeseman, Representative Hennessy. My name is William Donlin. I'm the Collector of Revenue for the town of Cheshire, past president of the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association, and most importantly, retired tax collector from the city of Hartford. I'm here today in opposition to raise bill number 6631, which would allow municipal tax collectors to waive all or part of the interest due payable on delinquent property taxes owed on certain by certain taxpayers. Connecticut's tax collectors mission in part is to promote uniformity in practice and application of statutory procedures. Tax collectors must adhere strictly to procedures set out by the General Assembly. The proposed legislation eliminates uniformity and pits one tax collector against another. One purpose of the uniform 18% interest is to encourage taxpayers to pay on time. The current interest rate is comparable to interest in private services, incentivizes timely payments by imposing a fiscal burden for a late payment. This compensates municipalities for the loss that occurs when taxes are not paid in a timely manner. The proposed legislation provides no guidance on for good cause. This is subjective term, entirely independent upon the circumstances of each taxpayer and each tax collector. A taxpayer in an extraordinary situation will ask the tax collector to do something about the interest when the grace period has expired. This proposal places a burden upon the taxpayer to show cause and waiving the interest. What constitutes good cause? The tax collector must not be responsible for that decision. Tax collectors have no authority over policies, rates, or programs. We do not decide who's responsible to pay or how much. Instead, our function is purely administrative. We collect taxes, we do not make policy, we do not pass judgment. Allowing this level of discretion over revenue item is open to abuse. 44% or 74 municipal tax collectors are elected. Elected tax collectors may feel pressure to waive interest due on delinquent taxes to retain support for voters. Appointed tax collectors may be tempered to waive interest to
30
artificially.
seconds, sir, 30 seconds.
Okay. Revenue, interest is revenue. And when we start tinkering with the interest, we're also affecting the revenue to our municipalities. I'm here to answer any questions. And I heard some things to OPM. So if I could start, Senator Martin asked what the collection rate was throughout the state. Based on the OPM fiscal indicators, the average collection rate is 98.7%. The median is 98.9. The highest collection rate in the state of Connecticut is Torrington, but only under a special act because they're allowed to sell the list. So number 2 would be 99.8. That would be the town of Cheshire. The 169th municipality has a collection rate of 95.3. So overall, tax collections are very, very good throughout the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Bill. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying, Mr. Donlin. I do appreciate the information you just provided the committee here. And I'm going to go back to my time on the banking committee as ranking member and the piece of legislation where we're trying to reduce the 18% down to a reasonable amount. And I believe the discussion that took place back there was how did this ever get up to 18%? Because in our opinion, this is almost to a point of usury. And with the, from what we learned was the interest rate was increased to that amount because interest rates back whenever it was, and forgive me, I don't know the year, but I'm going to say somewhere in the early 1980s, because at that time, the municipalities were charging maybe 6-7%, but interest rates had skyrocketed to 18 to 21%. And they felt that, gee, in order for, we had to stay current with those rates in order to collect, past due taxes. So let's fast forward. Here we are, we've been almost in a period of time where our interest rates are there ultra low. But yet here we are at 18%, charging people who are struggling to make these tax payments, but we're taking advantage. It seems like we're taking advantage of them at 18%. So I don't think it's unrealistic for us to try to look for some type of assistance here, and particularly with if it's not the intent of the municipality to make money, but we should be trying to help our taxpayers, particularly in these COVID times, and then just in general, So we raised them back in the 80s to, I believe, 12, and then from in 2012 we raised them up to 12%, I believe, and now we've gone past that and raised them to 18%. But with that, I just feel that we need to help, and to see a pushback from municipalities. I just feel that you guys aren't doing what should be right here, trying to help the taxpayers. And I do understand the wanting to keep those collection rates high, without a doubt. But I don't think reducing it from 18 to 12 it will impact those numbers at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I respond?
Please, Bill.
As I recall, the discussions that we had before banking, we are dealing with more of a local option it was having different interest rates or allowing municipalities to have different rates. Most recently, before banking, there was a piece about lien assignment where they wanted to reduce the interest rate to 6% once the liens have been assigned. Tax collectors are not against a reduction in the interest rate if it was statewide and all and it was not a local option, that it was state statute. We do take exception when legislation is introduced that allows the municipality to have have a local option and have a different interest rates. That's when we've testified. I think the question being asked is what is the right interest rate? That's not for a tax collector to decide. We don't set policy. We merely collect based on what the statutes are. That's a discussion to be had with CCM, cost. I'm sure the big city mayors would probably weigh in on this simply because, again, interest is a part of the component of the revenue. We collect current year tax, prior year tax, and interest and liens. That makes up the revenue portion of a budget. And it goes from almost 98% of the operating budget comes from property taxes down to 41%, depending on where we are throughout the state. But the tax collectors have never gone out and said that we're opposed to reducing the interest rate. We only oppose it when they start singling out a class, for example, testimony that I gave before banking that reduces the interest rate to 6% when a lien is assigned.
Question and answer, 30 seconds.
You're on mute, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing then is if we did drop the interest rate from 18 down to 12, let's say that, but did it uniformly across all the municipalities, you guys wouldn't really be opposed to that?
I would say that the tax collectors would not be opposed to that if it was state law for all, that it was for all municipalities.
Sure, as long as we kept it equal to everybody. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan, again, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bill, I know Senator Representative Meskers has a question, but just quickly on this point, when the interest rate has been lower than 18%, has that compliance percentage been lower as well?
I don't know how to gauge that, Senator. I was working for the city of Hartford when it went from, I think it was either 15 to 18. It was in the 80s. I do remember that. But it was a reflection of what was going on in the market at the time. Interest, you had CDs where people were having, 10 and 12% interest bearing accounts, and the interest was less, so people weren't paying because they're able to keep their money in the bank. The economy has changed. This last year has taught us a great deal. We struggle every day. We virtually have gone without interest twice in the past year, from April when the executive orders were written that allowed taxpayers an extended grace period, and then the governor did an extension of those again. So municipalities have been living with a different interest in the past year. Does it help with my collections? My collections are still a struggle because of what's going on. We have till April 1st before they make their final January payment. So I still have roughly $5 million still outstanding that's not normally open at this point of the year. I'm hoping that that money is going to come in on or before April 1st. I'll have a better picture after the first week of April, what we look like. But we did take a hit last year in the town of Cheshire, and everybody did statewide.
Thank you, Bill. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Senator Fanfara. So Mr. Donlin, again, happy St. Patrick. I get my holidays right. So I'm hearing two things. One, you don't want this in your court, as a tax collector, or the tax collectors generically don't want that discretionary decision there. So you're suggesting back to the legislature that either we fix the rate, and I don't want to open up a can of worms, and then the question is, or do we put it to the finance committee of the towns? But it would seem to me that you don't want to be in the arbitrary decision of deciding tax policy or interest rates on uncollected funds, basically.
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a suggestion. Under 7-148, scope of municipal powers, municipalities have the authority to, and I'll look at it, establish a procedure for the withholding of approved building applications when taxes or water, sewer are delinquent. This might be a place that you might want to put something where municipality may be able to look at interest or something there, because
setting a minimum rate or giving some guidance.
Right.
Yeah.
So the municipal powers grants the municipality authority, but then they have to set their own ordinance. That would be totally acceptable on my part, because I'm taken out of the equation.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And again, we're looking for fairness.
Yeah.
So we're looking for everybody to be treated the same. The problem is, once that first interest wave takes place, now everything is on Zoom. So taxpayers are going to be home, see that somebody's going to be getting a something they don't have. The line is going to be out the door, because everybody's going to have a circumstance that they
So
wish.
your concern is the subjectivity of it. I understand. Okay.
Absolutely.
But to Senator Martin's position or our position or our thoughts, 18% in the current environment, when your deposits are at 1%, and maybe you can get 3 to 5% if you can buy some long dated CD or 2%. I think the question becomes, there is no time value to not paying your bill. And if there's an error, 18% seems to be an extraordinarily injurious interest rate to accrue versus where the markets are. So I think we do need to look at doing something, but thank you.
That's fair.
Thank you, sir. I'm thinking that there's a possibility, Bill, of marrying those two concepts, where we would set a maximum, but enable finance committees or the town to go lower if they so chose. Not the tax collector. I hear you loud and clear on that.
Next up, you ready? Good.
I think that's it, Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Thank you.
Same to you.
Yep. Next up, we have Fred Karstensen, followed by Per Helsland. Fred Karstensen.
Professor Karstensen.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to share this. Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman. I want to make two comments on the testimony I've heard this morning, because it's very relevant to your general work. What we just heard was how extraordinarily well our communities are doing, for the most part, collecting their property tax. I hope at some point you'll look at DRS, because on my analysis, it is under collecting sales tax between $220 and $250 million annually. And that's not based on anything from DRS. That's based on an analysis of federal data on the tax base and the amount of money that ought to be collected, given our rates. And that's the decline from what it was 10 years ago, in spite of raising the rates. There's something fundamentally going wrong, as far as I can tell, and it really deserves really careful. I mean, we're talking very serious money, $250 million annually on the loss of collections. Second,
Fred, I'm going to jump in here and just say that you're under a clock of 3 minutes, and so
that's fine.
I encourage you to focus on your
No,
main
the other
point.
thing is directly relevant to this, because I've heard it before. on the importance of dynamic scoring and specifically REMI analysis. REMI analysis is the basis that is for analysis for 30 years in the state. It is dynamic analysis, and OPM has made this mistake before. The most dramatic one was on the hospital tax, which cost the state on our analysis, dynamic analysis, 10,000 jobs and reduced state revenue substantially because of the foregone economic activity by failing to take the federal reimbursement. I'm testifying in favor of HR 6632, which is the Invest Connecticut. We've done the analysis. We just finished it. It's in my testimony. Collectively, the two programs that we look at, which is the old program, the second insurance investment fund, and then the newer investment CT, because the rules were changed. $600 million in state revenue, 12,500 jobs created or retained. The rate of return, over 200% on the older second investment fund, over 700% on the new one. Last point, really critical. Summary, $320 million of investments in 133 companies. And you heard from one of them earlier today on how valuable that has been. This is the really critical thing, is the DECT 2019 annual report. We have a very different number. They say $1.06 for every dollar in credit. We found over $2 on exactly that same program, but that's not the program that's on the table today. The program that's on the table today is InvestCT. You've
30
changed the
seconds,
rules.
Professor, 30 seconds.
All right, and that's the last point, is our analysis shows that the rate of return is over 700%. That is to say more than $7 in state revenue for every dollar spent in credits. That is not in the 2019 DECD annual report. That is the wrong basis on which to evaluate the legislation that's before you today. It's very important. And we need it. We need it especially, of course, because Connecticut is in a very deep economic hole. We never recovered after 2008, either in jobs or in real output. And the current forecast from Klepper Smith and from ourselves, from DataCore and CCEA, is on current trends. We will not recover until 2030. And that's simply getting back to where we were in 2008.
3 minutes, sir, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Fred, very much. We appreciate all the work you do on behalf of our state. And Representative Cheeseman has a question for you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Fred. Thank you for sharing your feelings on this. So I've seen your testimony, obviously, and then you can submit this offline. I'd be interested to see, you said DCD looked at the old program and you show very different results, to drill a bit deeper into how you derive those very different results. Because certainly talking to the InvestCT folks, their analysis of the ROI is much closer to yours than what we hear from DECD and OPM. So I just, if you want to elaborate on this here or, offline, because I'm interested in where that.
No, at this point, I mean, I actually want to have a discussion with DECD on how they got to their number on the old program. But the InvestCT, they haven't done the analysis, and that's the one that you're looking at, because you've changed the rules, and you changed the rules in some very constructive ways. You not just renamed it, but you also changed the way in which they earn the tax credits. And we just completed the analysis. It was just sent into DECD literally a week ago. And we look at the cumulative impact. And on the InvestCT, discretely, where there are 4 registered funds for which we did the analysis collectively for all 4 funds, the rate of return is over $7 of revenue to the state for every dollar of credits. And that's the relevant basis for the decision today. But yes, we are absolutely going to explore it because supposedly we're using the same model. We both use REMI. And so I want to get together and I want to see how, we're getting different perspectives on what the rates of return are. But I also will want DECD to look at InvestCT specifically because of the different rules and the much higher rate of return that we have found.
My understanding was yours, that the old model didn't work very well. There were not those performance-based metrics that are now embedded in the program, much stricter rules as to the money. And I think you only had to listen to the prior testimony from Scott from FCP Euro to, that the level of funding they're looking at is not traditionally available, through the ordinary system, but gives that opportunity. And then the growth he's certainly seen in this company has been impressive. Obviously, one example does not cover everything, but again, in my conversations with them, they're, the bad investments, quote unquote, are a minority, and they're seeing much more growth along the lines of what we heard about earlier. So thank you for coming today. As I said, I'd love to follow up on this as you
and the analysis that we have that they have now submitted that we provided looks at every single investment across all both programs, 133 companies and about 233, I think, discrete investments, because they often make sequential investments, because when a company is successful, they say great, and we'll provide additional funding to get even more growth. So we look absolutely universally at every single investment that they've made, and that's all in our analysis.
Well, Senator, you're on mute, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. I think that's it. Fred, thanks very much for your testimony today.
Thank you so much for having me today. And I did submit a revised written statement because I wanted to include the note about the DECD 2019 annual report, because that was used in some of the testimony and it's just not relevant to the legislation that is before you today. So I revised that slightly and sent it about a half hour ago. So,
we will look at it. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day. I got to go teach a class.
Great.
Right,
thank you very much. Tom?
All right, next up we have Per Helsland.
Hello. Thanks for allowing me to testify on behalf of Ironwood Capital. My background is as a serial entrepreneur. I'm on my third company here in Connecticut, really focused on the biotech sector. The last company was a company in Wallingford that was acquired by a public company called Biotechne. They're still there. They're thriving. I think they're going to do $40 million in revenue. They're projected to do $40 million in revenue next year. And that company was started from, essentially from scratch. Currently, I'm running a biotech company in New Haven that's developing a cancer therapeutic. And I want to say that the biotech sector in general is thriving. And I think it's a really good fit for Connecticut. Unlike manufacturing, I think there's a lot of potential and a great future for biotech in Connecticut in general. And if you look at the biotechs that are thriving, these are all startup companies. So they all started small and they're growing. We're not seeing an influx of big biopharma companies or big pharma companies, for example. So, my point is that with the startup biotech companies, there's two things that we need. One is talent. And I feel there's a really good talent pool in Connecticut. I haven't had difficulty recruiting a skilled workforce, but the other thing we need is capital. Biotech companies require a lot of capital, and they require capital for a lot of years because there's a long development process. And there is a lot of capital around, but there's a lot of competition as well. And particularly in the early stages, it's most difficult to attract capital. So having resources like Ironwood is very helpful in getting companies like mine off the ground. And I don't have any of the statistics or the numbers. You folks have that, but to me it seems like it's a good place for for the state to invest some money, particularly in the technology sector, and I would say particularly in biotech. Now I'm a little bit biased, but we are seeing a lot of success stories. Alexion, unfortunately, they did move, but look at Biohaven, look at Arvinas. There's a number of companies going public. We're looking to go public toward the end of this year, early next year as well. We have a therapeutic now that's going into the clinic next month. We just got the thumbs up from
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Yeah, so that's really what I wanted to say. We can open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Helsund. Before Representative Cheeseman, I'd like to ask you to, not for this forum, it's not the appropriate forum time-wise, but I think what you do and those that I'm sure your cohorts that are inventors, are, as you say, serial entrepreneurs, that is a major part, in my opinion, of making Connecticut realize its rightful place in this knowledge economy. And I believe in my work on this that the chicken and the egg is, how do we attract, how do we keep startups here? How do we attract more here, but not having the venture capital that other places have? And many people that graduate from UConn with an idea, Yale, Trinity, whatever, they often leave, whether it's Silicon Valley or Boston or what have you. And I think a forum where you and others that you could recommend that could come here to speak to us about how we fix this broken system, in my opinion, of not having enough capital to keep more businesses here that are starting up and to attract more, would be very helpful. And I hope that you would be open to such a discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to. I believe in Connecticut, and I believe there's a big opportunity, particularly in biotech, but other technology areas. And I'm willing to do what I can to help make that a success.
And I do think that the conversation should, as important as bio is, that it extend beyond that to other technologies and whatnot that that our state again has great talent for, but not. There are some pieces that are missing that I think you could help us with.
Yeah, I agree totally, and I think technology in general is well suited to Connecticut. They're not business. Many of them are not businesses that are particularly sensitive to cost of doing business. For example, unlike a company manufacturing widgets, for example, for us it's all about talent and capital and getting leverage from that.
We'll be in touch. Thank you, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when I mentioned, when I heard the speaker talk about having great talent here, I know one of your concerns is that we don't have the talent pool. So I was reassured to hear that he's finding the workers he needs. So can you just give us an example of what these funds have allowed you to do in terms of growing your workforce? Because obviously this is important to us.
Yeah, so we started this company in 2017, January, essentially from scratch. We raised some venture capital from investors that I've worked with, but at that time, Ironwood came in with additional capital that provided us extra runway and the ability to hire more employees. So we started out, we leased some space at 10,000 square foot facility at Science Park. And now we have, I think, 24 employees and at least a half a dozen, consultants, many of them local. So that, that incremental capital, I don't know the exact number, but the incremental capital enables us to hire more people. I mean, that's essentially where most of our our money goes. You know, there's some overhead associated with equipment and those kinds of things, but it's the majority of it goes toward paying the human resources.
Okay, and it obviously it was this investment capital that enabled you to grow the company, make these hires that you couldn't have accessed through traditional quote unquote banking.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the way these businesses work is you start out and, you know, it's a series of de-risking steps. So obviously day one, the risk is the highest. You get some money, you hire some employees, and you make incremental progress on the technology. And that incremental progress, you know, brings the risk down, and then you're able to, you know, recruit, bring in, you know, additional capital from, you know, from other investors that may be less risk averse, and that, you know, that model basically continues almost throughout the life cycle of the company. So, yeah, having that, you know, some of that early funds available is critical, and it's, you know, it's what in a lot of cases is missing, getting these, you know, these companies off the ground. And there's a lot of interesting, you know, as we mentioned, there's a lot of interesting technology coming out of Yale, coming out of UConn. You know, they're doing a great job with that. But in order to get these technologies incubated, you need money.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. And I look forward as well with the chairman to having a more wider ranging discussion on ensuring that the companies like yours have access to the capital they need to grow and stay in Connecticut. So thank you. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Spot on, Representative Cheeseman. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Helsland. This was very helpful testimony as well. And following up on, it's interesting, Fred Carstensen spoke about we haven't regained all the jobs since we've lost in 2008. And then Chairman Fonfara said this is an area that we should be investing in. And I agree. I think this is exciting. It's great to hear your perspective. Love the term of leveraging the incubation. No, what did you say? It was... Sorry, I'm scrawling it on a piece of paper, but I think this is this is an area that we need to be building on. There's a lot of talent that we're building in Connecticut, and I look forward to supporting this effort, learning more, and growing our state's economy through this knowledge industry. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Meskers.
Yeah, again, I'd like to echo the same comments. You know, I come from downstate in Fairfield County in Greenwich. And so the biotech sector in and of itself, you would say, okay, I'm in the financial hedge fund area, who cares? For me, the most vital part of our effort as legislators is to lift the state and to lift the state's economy and to broaden the tax base. So it's kind of a two-punch. It's one, to provide you with all the opportunity space to grow, and then figure out what the acceptable tax level is so you don't leave. So I'd love I need this economy of the state to grow. I think the steps, I echo Senator Fonfara, Representative Cheeseman, whatever we can do going forward to help welcome you and encourage the growth of this industry in the state, I'm all in favor of it. So I look forward to any further commentary there, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Thank you, Mr. Helston. We'll be in touch.
Thanks a lot.
Tom.
Yep, we have Tom Newhart, followed by Costa Diamant.
Here's Tom.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tom Nyhart. I'm the founder and CEO of Posigen Solar and Energy Efficiency. You know, we weren't planning to come to Connecticut 5 years ago, and we were presented with an opportunity to secure funds through the Invest Connecticut program. And without those funds, it wouldn't have been possible for us to come to your state. Now, fast forward 5 years where we are now, we've helped thousands of low-income customers gain energy independence through solar and energy efficiency, low-income customers that wouldn't have been able to do that in the past. We've also created over 100 direct full-time jobs for Posigen, and we employ close to 100 subcontractors. So we have over 16 different subcontractors that work with us for installation, energy efficiency, and other work with the customers here in Connecticut. And when we came to the state, the only funds that were available for us initially were the Invest Connecticut. But what happened with that Invest Connecticut funds that we were able to secure through Stonehenge and Enhanced Capital was that brought on further private funds. So since that time, we've secured corporate equity, we've secured tax equity and additional funds and loans to the tune of almost $100 million that, you know, are seeing the reward of all those funds here in Connecticut, creating additional jobs and the support work, right, that goes with it. We buy from the local electrical warehouse, we buy from the local Home Depot, and you know, we're constantly buying materials locally here as well to create and generate additional tax revenue. So there's numerous businesses like us that are outside of the state looking for their next expansion. And when the Invest Connecticut program can be brought to bear, you can bring additional firms such as mine that create these great worker bases. And so I would say without the Invest Connecticut funds, we would not be in Connecticut and we would not have the 200 plus jobs that we support today. So I think continuing that program or increasing that program is beneficial to Connecticut. It's beneficial to the job base. And it's definitely beneficial to the tax base. So I just want to say that's why we're in Connecticut, and we appreciate that. And we appreciate the Stonehenge and Enhanced Capital that continue to participate in it.
Tom, how did you learn about the program? Were you approached by Ironwood, or how did it work?
We actually were approached by the Connecticut Green Bank. I think they were called Cephia back then. And they talked about us coming to the state because they had a disproportionate number of solar systems that were in affluent neighborhoods and not in communities of color and low income. And as we took a look at what the financial picture would look like coming in there, we knew that we didn't have all the financing we need, and Connecticut Green Bank introduced us to the Invest Connecticut program. So that was how we got into the state. And I am proud to say that last year we passed parity in both communities of color and low-income communities. So as a percentage of the population that have solar, we now have a higher percentage in communities of color and low-income communities than in affluent communities in the entire state of Connecticut.
Good to hear. Okay, I see no questions. Thank you, Tom, very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Costa Diamantis, if he's here, followed by Representative Winkler.
Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you, Costa. We barely see you. We see a big table in front of you very well, but
I'm going to move a little closer, so maybe that may help.
It will.
All right, there we go.
Much better.
All right. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding. I'm Costa Diamantis. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management, as well as the Director of School Construction Grants and Review and Audit. And I'm testifying concerning Senate Bill 1053, an act authorizing bonds of the state for capital improvements to schools served by the Capital Regional Education Council. Senate Bill 1053 proposes a special school construction bonding authorization for the Capital Regional Educational Council. And for me, it's problematic, I think, in a couple of ways. The bill proposes a very general use for the proposed 20 million bond authorization. The term used, capital improvements, appears that it could either include either one, school construction of the type already funded by school construction grant program, or two, maintenance and repairs to equipment and facilities that are considered operating expenses and not bonding expenses. Either possible use of these funds raises important considerations. First, as I noted, to the degree that the proposed new bonding authorization could address school construction, it would be duplicative of the state's school construction program, which currently rests in DAS. General Statute Chapter 173 already provides for grants for construction projects, including renovations and alterations. And to provide SDE with such resources for capital outlay would be in complete conflict with the current statutes that exist now in school construction. I would advise that the proposal would sidestep the normal school construction grant and priority list process. The process provides that you, the legislature, ultimately make the decision on whether projects should be authorized. And it is state's long-standing policy and law that you, the legislature, retain that authority to approve such projects. While the bill would place the new bonding authorization under the State Department of Education, SDE statutes provide that the Department of Administration is the successor agency to SDE for school construction. So this new bond authorization may be understood to be under the responsibility of OSCR. However, if the intent is indeed for SDE to administer it, it would be a duplicative program. Second, the use of proposed new bonding authorization for maintenance and repairs to equipment and facilities not presently reimbursable under the school construction grant would be a significant departure. It has long been a longstanding reality that school districts must provide these expenses in their annual budgets as operating expenses, especially since the state makes significant investment in their schools, facilities through the school construction grant program. It is the expectation that the school districts take care of that investment. In short, I would suggest that these two particular issues raise questions on this particular bill at this particular time.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
And my last comment would be, I think we really need to look at the legislation as it was promoted years ago regarding the creation of the Craig Magnet schools. And I don't think it was thought out what would occur after 20 years when it may be necessary to renovate those schools. Thank you.
And Costa, what do you, given the conundrum that they're not a municipality in the traditional sense, may not have access to funds for maintenance in the way that maybe other communities would. They don't have a tax base to raise funds with. Is there a solution that you, I mean, we've invested, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 billion into the Sheff versus O'Neill's lawsuit, much of that in school construction. I don't think it'd be wise for us to ignore this responsibility if we felt it was important. I would have preferred to invest in communities that needed and need the attention more than building a lot of schools, but we've done it. We have a responsibility, I believe, to maintain those investments. What do you feel is a more appropriate course?
Well, I think we need to look at a more holistic and global approach to those particular schools. Their ownership is not a public ownership. They are particularly owned by CREC themselves. They're titled in their name. And the statutes currently, as it sits, does not allow for the use of those funds for, I believe, the renovation of those schools after the 20 years. Do I think they need to be maintained? Yes. But I don't think that this is the particular solution. I think we do need to have a discussion about that as the session goes on so that we can craft some legislation that in fact works. I've been a strong advocate that ownership of those schools should be in the state, and we're investing state tax dollars in those schools belonging to the state, and that would be something different for me. But in fact, to invest those funds in something that we, the state, or municipalities do not own themselves, for me is problematic, and certainly the statutes don't speak to that. I think we were in a hurry 20 years ago to get these schools built for Sheff purposes and never thought out what it was going to look like 20 years later. And I think the time has come that we talk about that.
I think you're right, and no one, certainly not in the last decade, has done more to try to bring this this monster, this multi-headed monster under control than you. When I speak about that, I mean school construction in general, and make it a more efficient process. So thank you for that, and hope we can have that conversation. Representative Miller, Senator Miller, longtime member of this committee, now in the upper chamber. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Costas. Costas, I had a couple questions. I didn't see your testimony listed. Did you submit your testimony?
I thought it got submitted, but if not, I'm going to make sure that it did. I know I drafted it, so I'll make sure it gets there.
All right, I could have overlooked it, but You mentioned school construction and DAS. I'm confused. I thought school construction was now an OPM.
If you recall, there was a bill last year that was never acted on with respect to moving school construction to OPM. It physically sits in the OPM building. There is an MOU between DAS and OPM that exists, that school construction is here under an MOU, but not from a legislative perspective. From a legislative perspective, it is still DAS who is in control of, per se, of school construction.
And the MOU, how long is there expiration date on the MOU?
Yeah, it expires with me. Meaning that when I leave my current position as a deputy, and should I go back, it's every 2 years, I believe, or a 2-year MOU. It may be a 3-year with an extension of 1 year. Assuming it never occurs, meaning the legislation is never passed that we go to permanently housed at OPM, which of course I strongly support.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Costa. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm thriving. Happy St. Patrick's Day. So I have just a couple of clarification or questions for you.
Sure.
Are the correct schools eligible to go through the regular school grant process?
It is if I put on my legal hat, because I have to wear one of those over there too, is no, I don't believe they are eligible. I don't think it was thought out 15 years ago.
Okay, so they're not eligible for this process. What processes do they have available to them in terms of, and I guess the second part of my question before we go to that is you brought up a good point, maintenance, et cetera. Those are not through our regular school grant project process either, correct? Like it's
They're operating expenses, that's correct.
Yeah, that operating expenses and maintenance expenses should be picked up by the cost of the education. So
Correct.
whatever they're charging for rates, it should include some kind of capital project plan.
Right. There was a meeting with OPM and CREC, and the secretary of OPM was very clear when CREC says we don't have a tax base. That's very true. But she was very quick to point out they do have a mechanism in which they can generate fees, and that is through their tuitions, which, by the way, are also fees that the state of Connecticut pays into those tuition-based fees. So they do have a mechanism of raising fees to cover their overhead and expenses.
Yeah, that was my question, because I know they do get the correct schools. I believe the correct schools do get ECS, correct?
They do not get ECS per se.
They get the 11,525. Yeah. So, all right. So they don't get ECS, but they do get an allotment from the state for the educational purposes, and then they also have an opportunity for tuition, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So, and that's where capital projects should really be built in rather than going through a grant process. So
I want to be very clear, that's operating expenses is what I'm suggesting, maintenance and repair. On
Yes.
capital projects, that would not go under their OE line item. It would in fact require a much larger sum of funds, because I would assume their capital projects would most likely have a 20-year life. And that's where I put my legal hat on. And I think the problem is that we've never contemplated CREC coming back 20 years later, probably as CREC, asking to renovate what is in fact their buildings, meaning CREC buildings, not a municipal building, not a state building, but CREC buildings. Now, we allow it for RESCs, but I don't think we've allowed it, and CREC is a RESC as it relates to that other function that they do, but not necessarily the chef magnet schools that they have created.
So it sounds like there's definitely some nuances here that we should look at creating a better piece of legislation that can address that. So the regular school grant process.
30 seconds on question and answer.
Okay, I could probably go a lot longer than that. So Costa, I may reach out to you to kind of get a better understanding of how this goes, so we can be sure that we're seeing where do they go if they can't go into the school grant process. What options are available to them?
And I'm certainly not suggesting they shouldn't go. I guess I'm suggesting we create a mechanism for that to occur, and whether or not we do it in the current state of who owns the buildings. That's all. There's other questions. That's all.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Diamandis. I really appreciated hearing this today. And like a couple of my colleagues, I'm curious to learn more about this, and I wonder if we can do something offline with you to understand this. I think the charter school, I mean, it would make sense. They are housing public school children, and I believe we should figure out a funding mechanism to support the good education that most of these schools are delivering. So I look forward so we can figure out how to arrange that, and look forward to a further conversation offline on that. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Costa. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
And there's definitely interest in trying to address this issue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Tom?
Next up, we have Representative Winkler, followed by Takima Robinson. Michael Winkler.
Yes, I'm State Representative Mike Winkler, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the chairs, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of Finance. I'm here today to speak on House Bill 5001. I apologize for any deficiencies in my presentation because I was up for a long, long time, and I just woke up from 13 hours of sleep. The bill would increase the disregards of income for Social Security exemption from 100,000 to 150,000, which would be twice the individual amount. I submitted a detailed testimony last year, which I will resubmit, showing the economics of it and showing how we could do this simply by slowing down the disregards for inheritance and gift and things like that. For me, it was an easy transferring money from people who have wealth to people who are trying to get a larger disregard from their Social Security income because they think they're being punished for being married. They think that if we weren't married, we'd have 150,000 disregard, but we are married and we have $100,000 disregard. I represent a district that is 119th in terms of income and wealth in this state. And I can't believe how many people have contacted me on this bill. Last year, it was the thing I got the most mail about. It turns out that a lot of people who never made $100,000 in their lives have worked out a very good retirement. They worked multiple jobs and have multiple retirements. I have prison guards and police officers in my district who worked 20 and out and then worked, 25 years someplace else. I have a lot of people in a district that does not have a lot of wealth that are affected by this fact that they have over $100,000 in retirement income now as a couple, and they're now having to pay a tax that an individual collecting $75,000 in retirement does not have to pay. So it's something my constituents have been very vocal about. It's something that I have a surprising number of constituents that it affects. And so, like I said, I will submit it's not a lot of money, and I do have a plan to pay for it, but I'm sure everybody has a plan to pay for it, and probably the same plan. But I just wanted to touch base with you today and tell you that even in districts that don't have a lot of money, this is an important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Tom?
Yep. Seeing no questions, we have Takima Robinson, followed by Brad Smith.
Ms. Robinson.
Hello. I would like to thank the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for this opportunity in support of Senate Bill 178, the bill to increase the state EITC. My name is Takima Robinson, and I am the Director of Asset Building Programs at Services. CAS led a coalition of community teachers, foundations, business and labor.
Ms. Robinson, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Your audio is not great, and we want to hear and understand your testimony. I don't know if there's a way that you can adjust that.
Move up. Can you hear
That
me
might
now?
be, let's try that.
How about now?
That's much better.
Much better?
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't you start from the beginning, please?
Thank you. So I want to thank the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for this opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 178, the bill to increase the state EITC. My name is Takima Robinson, and I am the Director of Asset Building Programs with the Connecticut Association for Human Services, also known as CAS. CAS led a coalition of community organizations, foundations, business, and labor leaders to create the EITC. And since its enactment in 2011, it has provided an average of $550 each year in addition of dollars to hardworking families in Connecticut. CAS has always aggressively targeted racial and economic inequality through the programs we deliver. The Volunteer Income Tax Assistance, also known as VITA program, is our flagship program, and we coordinate one of the largest VITA coalitions in the state. And so we see firsthand how impactful the EITC is to individuals and families we serve. Last year, our VITA coalitions prepared over 17,000 returns, resulting in over 32 million in returns and credits, including over 7 million in EITC. That equals more money back to the pockets of the people who need it the most, and also more money back into the community. The EITC is the most effective anti-poverty tool available to the LMI community. For a family living paycheck to paycheck, receiving EITC means catching up on bills, paying more for food for their household, buying a car to get to and from work, or preventing eviction. During the pandemic, many people lost their jobs or experienced decrease in wages, which have led to falling behind on bills and rent. Increasing this EITC would help alleviate some of those financial burdens and provide the support needed to help families move from poverty to prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I think this is one of the few programs that has across the board support. And while we're not funding it to the degree we should be, and I'm hoping we can do better in this regard, but you live it every day and you see it every day, the impact that it's having. And it's my understanding, though, that it just serves families, right, with children. It does not provide a benefit to folks. Is that accurate?
No. So the EITC goes according to income. So single people are eligible for the EITC.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom?
Yep, next up we have Brad Smith, and then circling back to David Kozowski.
Thank you. I am Brad Smith. I am a resident of Newtown, Connecticut. I am the new owner of the New Britain Bees, a summer collegiate baseball team that is a member of the Futures Collegiate Baseball League. I am also the new leaseholder of New Britain Stadium. Our baseball roster is comprised of all Connecticut players, all who play at a very high level of collegiate baseball, mainly at the Division I level. We are truly a Connecticut-based team. Today, I would like to show my support for Senate Bill 1040. The 5% admissions tax, as opposed to the 10% tax on non-baseball events at New Britain Stadium, will make a big difference for our small business. Obviously, our industry has been ravaged in the last year, and this will be a huge help in booking non-baseball events for us. Along with the state easing crowd size restrictions, our business is getting back on its feet. As the owner of this small business, I 100% support Senate Bill 1040. It will be greatly appreciated and will be a big help to allow us to continue to be great partners and members of the New Britain community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and wish you all the best. As a player in high school and college, not to the level that you'd be interested in, but still, it's great to hear that you've acquired this team, and we all wish you great success in New Britain.
Thanks.
Representative Cheeseman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here today, Mr. Smith. So what sorts of non-baseball events do you anticipate hosting there?
We're starting from scratch with a clean sheet here, but smaller concerts, beer festivals, car shows. We do a lot of amateur baseball events. So this bill really would just clarify things. For some reason, our baseball games previously would have been taxed at the 5%, but our outside events would have been at 10%. So it was just a little
of a disconnect.
Yeah.
And this is just from a baseball fan. So is this the same league that the Mystic Schooners play in? Is it NECBL or is it a different league?
We are the Futures Collegiate Baseball League. So the way it would work is if our guys have a really good year this summer, they would move to that league the next year. We tend to be freshmen.
Minor league for that league.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, terrific. Well, I look forward to coming. We've got some great baseball teams in this state. I know Senator Fanfara's got the Yard Goats Stadium in his background. So yeah, bring on baseball, bring on outdoor events, and look forward to working with you on this. Thanks so much for your testimony. Thank you, Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Tom.
Circling back to David Klazuski, if he is here, and then Ryan Brennan.
David is here. Please proceed, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, chairs, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Ranking Member Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and other distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is David Klazuski. I am the tax collector for the town of Fairfield, as well as the legislative co-chair for the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. I'll try to be brief here. I know my colleague, William Donlan, did touch upon a lot of what was discussed, what I'm going to discuss. He touched on earlier. So the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association, we are opposed to Raise Bill 6631, which would allow for the waiving of all or a portion of interest due on delinquent property taxes for good cause. As mentioned earlier, our mission as an association is to promote uniformity in the practice and application of statutory procedures. So obviously this legislation would challenge our mission because it would allow each collector discretion in determining the definition of good cause for the waiving of interest. So this proposal would open up the collection of property taxes to fraud. We have 44% or 74 tax collectors statewide are elected. They may feel pressure to waive interest in an election year to maintain support of their constituents. On the other end of things, appointed collectors could also feel pressure to waive interest in order to keep their contract of employment in good standing with their administration. Interest is also a revenue concern to municipalities. Any waiving of interest is a reduction to a municipality's collectible. This in turn would force the on-time taxpayer to pay more than their fair share in order to compensate for the reduction that occurs with the waiving of interest. The best and most equitable tax relief is a strong collection rate, which is achieved by treating every taxpayer fair and equal. And that's all I have. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Chairman Scanlon.
Thank you, Senator. And David, good afternoon. I missed your colleague. I had to attend another meeting, so I missed the long exchange with him. So forgive me if I'm asking a question that somebody else asked him. But
no problem.
Are there circumstances in which you would support perhaps express situations in which this would be allowed? I'm not sure if you were listening earlier when I discussed something that happened to my constituent, which is that they were a victim of a crime. The police made an arrest in that case. The person was prosecuted for that. And yet, despite all that evidence, the tax collector simply had no recourse to help that person and that elderly couple. Are there circumstances in which your association would support expressed reasons for leniency?
I think we certainly would consider it. I think the scenario that you're describing is a scenario where there was good intent, and they can prove that there was good intent. So, you know, I understand in the current situation, the tax collector that told them there's nothing they can do. They're telling them that because, as collectors, we have to abide by the law, and the current law says that, that there is no wiggle room. There is no room to assist them. But I'm certainly not entirely opposed to that if it's clear that they can prove intent, that good intent was there, that the attempt was made to pay timely.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that answer.
Thank you very much, David. Tom?
Yep, Ryan Brennan.
Ryan, good to see you.
See you, Senator. Thank you for the time today.
Is this from California, or is this from Missouri, or where are you today?
Well, I wish I was allowed to be there with you, but today this is in from California. Thanks for having me.
I'm sure it's a lot warmer there.
Well, Senator, thank you. And this, again, for the record, this is Ryan Brennan with Advantage Capital Partners. We're one of the 4 participants in the Invest CT program, which you've heard about a few times today. And I'm here in support of House Bill 6632, which is the extension of the Invest CT program. And maybe just a few seconds of history of how Invest CT came to be. As some of you may know, in 2010, the majority leaders Task Force on Jobs looked at all the programs in Connecticut, and the existing IRF Insurance Reinvestment Fund program at that time was woefully underperforming. It had about $700 million spent on it, and it created about 40 jobs. So at $1.3 million per job, it was ready for reform. The legislature at that time, in our opinion, put one of the most aggressive formats for an economic development program in place, which said any fund, and again, Advantage is one of 4, that applies to be part of the program, has to commit to a certain number of jobs created, or else tax credits can be reclaimed. And each of those 4 funds now have invested, as you've heard, in 133 companies across the state of Connecticut, in a total of $320 million. Those investments have created more than 12,000 direct and indirect jobs, which frankly has just far exceeded, I think, expectations in 2010. I think that's a testament to some of the entrepreneurs you've heard here today that were ready for growth, ready for risk capital, couldn't get it. And once they had that capital, it really just unleashed their business plans and their growth across the state. In addition to the money invested directly by Invest CT funds, more than $10 has come in from non-IRF Invest CT funds, private sources with no tax credits associated. And Representative Cheeseman, I think you asked about that earlier. It's not just the direct capital coming from these funds, it's the ability to attract private, sometimes out-of-state capital into these high-growth companies. So we're happy to be here and supporting of the Invest CT extension, and thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Ryan, thank you very much. We've heard testimony prior to you today that is very encouraging in terms of, for me, attracting businesses that had not intended to come to Connecticut, as well as supporting an industry, I would say more broadly in terms of technology, which I think is our strength. It's in our wheelhouse, but we're not what we should be. And so I think your program, is there a benefit? I know you're asking for an extension, but again, we're going to go further in looking at how we can support the knowledge economy beyond today. But is there value in expanding your program? Would the investment show the similar or greater return if we were to entertain that?
Well, Senator, thank you. And I would say yes. And this extension would add $200 million to these funds to be invested in Connecticut startups. So I think by acting on this extension, you would do just that. And I think, as we heard from Scott, one of the first witnesses, there are hundreds, maybe thousands of small businesses in Connecticut that are ready for this growth capital. we had 50 or more that volunteered to testify today. We didn't want to do that to you and to the committee. So you're going to get a packet of letters of 50 startups in the state that will say that they could not have get financing but for InvestCT. And frankly, we're excited, should this extension go through, to go find that next batch of high growth companies that are ready to add employees.
And you mentioned you're the one of 4 companies doing this that are licensed or been authorized. Are the other 3 performing in the same manner that that yours is?
Yes, Senator, and each of the companies that you've seen today have been from one of our different funds. So we want you to have a flavor for how all 4 are focused on not just a return on investment, but a jobs return on investment. I think you've seen 4 very different types of companies, from solar to biotech to online parts marketplaces.
Thank you, Ryan, very much. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Fanfara. Thank you for coming here today, Ryan. And Senator Fanfara asked one of my questions, if we were to expand this. But along those lines, are there companies who, I know you actively seek them out, but are there companies out there whom you have to turn away simply because you have a lack of funds, and that would otherwise be good candidates for this kind of funding and could provide similar job growth?
Yes, Representative, quite a bit, frankly. And that's why I think this extension is timely. I believe, I can't speak for the other 3 funds, but Advantage Capital is largely fully invested. The money that we raise through this program, we keep a little bit on the side for when these high growth companies come back and want to keep adding employees. So that money's set aside, but yes, we're turning down companies, unfortunately, now that have very aggressive growth plans simply because we fully invested the capital.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your testimony today and for bringing us such a wide assortment of companies, because I was struck by that. Because you're not just looking at one sector, from, as you say, from automobile parts to Posigen, who I think, wearing my other hats on energy and technology, one of our focuses has been making sure that all communities can benefit from the programs we have. So thank you for your time. We look forward to working with you on this, and thank you, Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Representatives. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brennan. I have a question. COVID-19 has impacted so many facets of our economy. And so I was wondering, has it impacted your ability to function, your company to function?
Senator, that is a very timely and a fantastic question. I believe it's a benefit of the InvestCT program we don't talk about often, which is how patient our capital is. So when we invest in the entrepreneurs you've met today, we're not a bank. So we don't say you have to have your interest payment in on the 1st or the 15th, or we foreclose, or we come take that money back. We got calls through COVID where companies would say, we can't pay you back for a year. And we say, that's fine. That to me is one of the key benefits of capital from our 4 funds, is that we're not in this for a year or 2 years. We're often in these companies for 5 and 10 years. So we try to be long-term patient partners of theirs. And some companies have thrived through COVID, which sounds strange, but some of our companies that manufacture and make things, like Habco, which makes precision parts for Sikorsky, pivoted to make PPP and PPE equipment. They've done very well. Other companies in hospitality and restaurants and hotel services have suffered. But that's when our patience, I think, is real benefit.
Okay, so, and I don't know if I'm asking you using the right terminology. So have many companies defaulted on their payments or their ability to pay? The companies have gone out of business. Have you had many companies go out of business as a result of COVID and their inability?
We haven't had any this year that have gone out of business. We have in our history. I think this program encourages us to take risk with startups. So some of those 3 years, 5, 7 years ago, tried their business and it didn't work. But none this year, and none as a result of COVID in our fund.
Excuse me. I appreciate the word patience, using the word patience, because I think that that's what we all need to have during this time, during the pandemic, is that we have to realize as a country that we're not where we were 20, 30 years ago, and that we have to help each other. And it's not about money all the time. It's about helping each other. And in this case, trying to help each other, businesses, whether it's businesses or individuals, to stay afloat and to survive and thrive. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And I'm glad to hear our encouragement that you dip your toe into the more risky startup world is hopefully you're finding that to be successful overall.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
See no other questions, Tom? Thank you,
Yep.
Ryan.
Sophie Fortunato.
Sophie, before you begin, I want to let my committee know that I have not seen Sophie in a long time. She certainly has grown up since the last time I was with her, but her family is from the town of Weathersfield, and I've known and represented them for many years, and your sister and your mom and dad, of course, and I'm very proud to see you here today and looking forward to your testimony.
Thank you so much for that. It's so nice to see you and to be here. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Senate Bill 178, an act increasing the applicable percentage of the earned income tax credit. My name is Sophie Fortunato, and I'm currently completing my Master of Social Work degree with a concentration in policy practice at the University of Connecticut, in addition to completing my field placement at the United Way of Central and Northeastern Connecticut. According to the United Way's recently released ALICE report, about 38% of Connecticut households are living below a basic cost of living. 28% are below the federal poverty line. And that tells us that economic insecurity is a huge issue that deserves more attention. And raising the state EITC can help fight this problem. The EITC is an essential tool to alleviate financial hardship for low to moderate income working individuals and families. Unfortunately, over the span of 10 years, Connecticut's EITC has been cut by 7%. Currently, Connecticut's EITC is 23%, which is well below the standards set by surrounding states. Massachusetts, I believe, is 30, and New York is 40, or New Jersey. Low EITC results in fewer people being able to meet their basic needs, such as rent, food, childcare, transportation, medical, or other essential family budget areas, which in this time of COVID-19 are more impacted than ever. I volunteer as an intake specialist at a volunteer income tax assistance clinic in Hartford. VITA is a free tax preparation service run by the IRS for low to moderate income taxpayers. I get to help around 20 people each week with preparing their tax returns, and I hear their stories. Some have lost everything. Some are working 2, even 3 jobs. They are teachers, nursing assistants, daycare workers, restaurant workers, Uber drivers, workers that we depend on every day for our society to function, yet they are struggling to get by. These are the people that EITC helps, and we cannot let them down. I support this bill because of several reasons. An increase in family income has been associated with improved overall health and increased child development and educational achievement. Changing EITC income thresholds is also a way that policymakers can improve the incentive to work. Not only will it reward Connecticut's workers, but recipients will then put the money back into the economy by spending it locally on the things that they need. EITC has also helped people get debt-free, and yet it's even more meaningful than just money. It can enhance one's feeling of inclusion in American society, which in today's divisive climate is much needed. Connecticut can reduce poverty by restoring the state EITC back to 30%. Doing so would provide needed income for struggling families and further benefit workers, businesses, and the whole community, particularly communities of color that have been disproportionately impacted by poverty, especially during the pandemic.
30 seconds.
Supporting this policy is only fair to the hundreds of thousands of residents who are struggling just to get by and depend on EITC to get help and help make ends meet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Appreciate your testimony. And we have Representative Cheeseman who has a question for you.
Thank you so much for coming here today, Sophie. Can you tell me the average amount of EITC the family may receive and how that can really make a difference to them going forward?
Great question. So working with United Way, I'm starting to learn a little bit more about this. The average Connecticut EITC per tax filer was a little over $2,000 last year. Last year, the Connecticut EITC put a total of $485 million back into the pockets of 216,000 Connecticut workers. And also doing so, for every EITC dollar a recipient earns, they return $1.24 back to the economy.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think, you know, I won't speak for everyone in my caucus, but I do think the EITC is a very worthwhile way to reward people, you know, for working, contributing to the economy, but also giving them the help they need to really make a difference in their lives. I mean, I think the one issue I have with it and on the state and federal level, I wish there was a way this could be paid monthly and not as a lump sum. So it was an ongoing support for their activity, but that's above my pay grade. So anyway, thank you so much for coming here today. And best of luck in your future. This must be very rewarding for you. And thank you for committing to doing something like this and for coming to talk to us. Next year in person, Sophie.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Cheeseman, nothing is above your pay grade, so let's
Well,
get
let's
that out there right now.
tell that to OPM, Senator Fanfara.
Who?
OPM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sophie, very proud of you, and all the best, as Representative Cheeseman said, all the best to you, and thank you for taking this on and bringing the information, the detail that you have to our attention. It helps us a lot. You have a good day. And Tom?
Yeah, next we have Senator Looney, if he is in the room.
I think they're going to set him up.
Yep, he is in the room, so.
Thank you.
There he is.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Senator Looney, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Martin Looney, State Senator from the 11th District. I'm here to speak about Senate Bill in support of Senate Bill 178, an act increasing the applicable percentage of the Earned Income Tax Credit. And I would just like to say that it was fortuitous that I'm following the young woman who just spoke, Sophie Fortunato, who I think who did a superb job, made all the arguments, and I certainly second her testimony every bit, 100%, and would just add briefly to it. I think that she laid out the case exactly why the Earned Income Tax Credit is so important. Unfortunately, we were the last state in our region of the country having a state income tax that adopted the Earned Income Tax Credit as a percentage of the federal credit established at 30%. Unfortunately, it went down to 23% a few years ago, and this bill would bring it back up to 30%. The argument against it initially was that, well, this is a windfall for people who didn't necessarily pay taxes. And it is, as we know, a refundable credit because low-income people generally don't have income tax liability, but they are, of course, paying other taxes. They're paying sales taxes. They're paying property taxes. They're paying car taxes. They are paying every other tax, even though their income may be so low that ultimately their state income tax liability is low. But almost every cent of what is paid to them in the credit, both state and federal, is churned back into the economy because they are all living on such tight margins that everything that they get probably goes back through the sales tax. And it's critically important. And it is, of course, a reward for work. It was established at the federal level during the administration of President Ford with broad-based bipartisan support. President Reagan even praised it as one of the best social service programs that he thought had been created by the national government. And I think by restoring it to 30%, as the prior speaker said, some states have gone even higher than that. But at least if we can get it back to 30%, which was the level at which it was established, it would be a substantial assistance to people who are struggling, especially in the wake of the pandemic. Now with people falling behind in their rent and struggling about paying for daily expenses and it is a time of even greater hardship. So if we can restore this credit, even to the what has now become by 30% would be a relatively modest level because other states have actually surpassed it. It would be a great help. And it is true that low-income workers face the same childcare expenses and other kinds of daily expenses that people who earn higher wages do, but often those at higher levels of wages earn tax credits for these expenses, and low-income workers don't receive financial assistance in many cases with childcare costs because they often don't have income tax liability. So as we know, low-income people pay a disproportionate percentage of their overall income in sales and property taxes. If they don't own property, they are in effect paying property taxes through their rent. This is money that is spent on essential needs and is immediately recycled into the economy, and it is a way of empowering low-income working people. So I commend the bill to the committee and urge support for restoring it to what had been its previous level of 30%. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee that I was so proud to chair for 3 terms back in the late 90s and first part of this century. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Looney. Not only do you have history with respect to this committee, but with respect to the issue before us, being the champion in the legislature of having us implement, albeit late, but still nonetheless, and you're back again with your advocacy, which we appreciate very much. And Representative Mashinsky has a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Looney, it's good to see you, and I hope we have a chance to march again at St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Yes, 2 years in a row they canceled the parade, but next year we'll be there.
Next year we'll be there. Anyway, when I served on the Select Committee of Children, I used to chair the committee. We learned that the Earned Income Tax Credit was actually the fastest way of reducing child poverty in a dramatic manner. And we had a terrible time convincing Governor Rell of this. She just would not sign up for it. But when she retired and new governor came in, we installed Earned Income Tax Credit through the Finance Committee. And it does make a dramatic difference in elevating working families who are in poverty. More than anything else we could do up here. So I'm completely with you, and I hope we will get it back to the 30% or better to help these families who really need a leg up, and this is one quick thing we could do for them. So thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. And as you and I know better than anyone else, sometimes it takes a while to get things done. But the perspective of our length of service, we were advocating for this for about 10 years before we were able to get it on the books in 2011.
Thank you very much, Senator Looney. Appreciate you coming to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tom?
Next up, AJ Gupta, followed by Lisa Tepper Bates.
Mr. Gupta.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ajay Gupta, and I'm the founder and CEO of STG Corporation. We're a cybersecurity company headquartered in South Norwalk. I'm here to speak in support of the House Bill 6632. And so thank you for allowing me to share my experience with the Invest Connecticut program and Petros Partners in particular. We received investments from the Invest Connecticut program. We had multiple investments actually since 2018 that initially allowed us to sort of weather a very rough patch in our business due to the challenges that our largest client, General Electric, was having with its own business. And at that time, we couldn't really tap other sources of capital that had suitable terms for us. We tried with other state programs, including CI, but were unsuccessful in obtaining the needed financing. Petros came through when we needed this capital, and Barry Schwimmer in particular has been a terrific partner and advisor to the business. The financing was actually very helpful for us because at that time we were also able to sort of pivot a little bit and bring to market a new cybersecurity management platform, TrueOps. And since that investment, that platform in itself has grown and is being used by multiple clients in various industries. So we were not only able to retain jobs that we would have lost because of the challenges with our largest client, we were able to create new jobs within our services and our product business. And we're now executing, a fairly aggressive inorganic and organic growth strategy to build, our cybersecurity business into a significant scale in the next 3 years. In the last few months, in fact, we've been engaged in multiple discussions with tons of private equity firms that are excited about our business, and we see them as partners for our next phase of growth. And that wouldn't have been possible if we hadn't received this, as somebody else said earlier, I think it was maybe Mr. Brennan, this patient capital at the much needed time. And I personally believe we have an opportunity to turn Southern Connecticut into a cyber tech hub that leverages talent, not only from our state, but also attracting additional talent and capital from neighboring states. So I think it's a very worthwhile and valuable program. And I'm sure there's plenty of other businesses that can also benefit from it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. Tom?
Seeing no questions, we have Lisa Tepper Bates up next, followed by Brian O'Leary.
Thank you very much. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 178, an act increasing the applicable percentage of the earned income tax credit. I have the honor to follow Sophie Fortunato and Senator Looney, who provided such important and compelling testimony. And so you've heard already from us as the United Way Network of Connecticut that 40% of families and individuals in our state work very hard every day at the jobs available to them and yet struggle every month to make ends meet. The Earned Income Tax Credit is a particularly important vehicle in that it provides truly flexible income, which every household then can use with dignity to meet the needs that they prioritize. So I wanted to make sure that that aspect of why the EITC is an important vehicle is really at the top of your minds. I'd also like to speak just for a moment to an important question that Representative Cheeseman asked, and that was both the question of what is the average and what do families now do with this important resource. So as Sophie said, it is about $2,200 the average. We're looking to expand that. And here's why. Representative Cheeseman, this is a powerful tool. And in my own work in Connecticut with families facing homelessness, I would see them wait until they had that money in their pocket so that, for example, a woman working very hard as a CNA, living on her mother's couch with her 2 small children, once she got the EITC, she had a security deposit. She could get an apartment for herself and her family. Similarly, I worked with a number of families who would have a car on its last legs, and they were waiting for that EITC to make repairs that would keep that car running. And in Eastern Connecticut, Representative, where both you and I live, you know that you cannot support a family. You cannot get to and from work without that car, and yet cars are expensive. So that's the type of cost that families in Connecticut are using this important resource to cover, to keep themselves going, to keep themselves meeting their family's needs. The additional $400 on average that the restoration of the EITC to 30% would represent actually that gap in savings that you're familiar with. The Federal Reserve has shown, as I think you're all aware, that 30% of Americans do not have $400 in the event of an emergency. By restoring the EITC to 30%, as it started out, as Senator Looney reminded us, you would actually be putting that $400 for an emergency in the hands of that Connecticut family. Thank you very much. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Chair. And now that Sean has rejoined us, for a happy St. Pat's to you as well, Sean. You know, I've spoken in many cases in the session in finance about the sales tax cuts, the need we face in this state to grow the business and grow the business environment. But I think quite honestly and quite sincerely, what you're proposing in the testimony and what this does, it resonates. It's aid to people at that point in the financial stream that's directed, that it lifts them, it dignifies their work, it recognizes and helps them to make the purchases, in a low income economy that we need to see and help. So, even though I work on reducing the ticket prices for venues and things for the economic, I think what you're doing here is, and your support, in particular our speaker in the leader of the Senate, Senator Looney, and in Michelle Fortunata, Fortunata, I think their testimony speaks volumes of why we should consider this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Lisa, I just want to refer back to your testimony. You had mentioned 40% of Connecticut residents. So, are you saying that 40% of the Connecticut residents that are working hard will still be available for the EITC?
So thank you, Representative, for your question. In fact, that 40% refers to the ALICE research that the United Ways of Connecticut have completed in our 2020 report. And what that means is that we have developed a typical household budget based on the costs of actual life in Connecticut. And 40% of households across our state either barely make that much or are making less. And so every month have a deficit. So that's the 40%. The vast majority, if not all of those families, would benefit greatly from the EITC.
Thank you for your testimony, and I hope we get it passed. Thank you.
If it so please the chair, may I just speak one last item, which I think relates to the comment by Representative Metzgers. When we think about the EITC, please bear in mind that for every EITC dollar a recipient earns, they return $1.24 to the economy, which supports not only those families and those individuals, but also the businesses that Representative Metzgers, you very rightly pointed out, and that we need to help.
Thank you much.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for testifying today. You answered my question. You mentioned that you talked about the family who needed the money to repair their car. And so my question would have been, where would they have gone to get their car repaired? And they would probably go to a business owner, a small business owner, who would then be able to care. So the EIT is not just to help the families, but it's also to help our economy. It bolsters our, so because studies have shown that families who are low income put the money back into the economy. And that was one of the purposes of us implementing the EIT, is that it stimulates the economy. It's not just for the families to help them to survive, but it also stimulates the economy. So like my colleagues, I want to thank you for the work that you do in helping these families who find it difficult to help themselves. So thank you for your testimony.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Lisa. Thank you for being here today. Very nice to see you. Following up a little bit on what the senator just mentioned, and also what Representative Hennessy noted, I think we've all, been reflecting on this COVID moment and who has been most affected, and also looking deeper into what the American Rescue Plan offers. And one of the things I wanted to hear from you about, particularly in the research about the ALICE population and who would be most affected by the EITC, can you really share, how that addresses some of our core concerns about who might have been most affected during COVID, such as women and people of color? I'd love to understand the data a little bit more deeper in that way.
Thank you for that important question, Representative Farrar. You are exactly right when you ask the question about who will benefit most. And it is important to remember that this is actually an issue of equity when we think about that possible expansion of the Connecticut EITC. This is an important vehicle to support the families who are disproportionately represented in the ALICE population and who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. In the ALICE population, we will have 57% of our Black households, 63% of Connecticut's Hispanic households, and 73% of single female-headed households in Connecticut living below that ALICE threshold. Putting this extra $400, or if the EITC were increased to 50%, as is proposed separately, to that level of $600, that's going to be a meaningful benefit to those specific families at this time of increased need. So thank you very much for pointing that out.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it makes the argument, this is not just an economic issue, but truly a gender justice, a racial justice issue. And as you noted, pays dividends for our own communities and the money that goes back into them. So thank you for being here, and thanks for sharing a little bit deeper on the data for us to understand who would be most affected and most benefit.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chair Scanlon. Thank you for coming here today, Lisa. And this is just a quick question on the technicalities. So how does an individual or a family become eligible for the EITC? What are the logistics of this?
Thank you, Representative. It's a fairly straightforward process. They must file their taxes. You heard separately from partners who include Local United Ways as well as CAUSE that we have these VITA sites across the state to help people file. So they must file their taxes. And when they do, then the state of Connecticut uses the federal EITC to calculate the state EITC and then to issue that fully refundable credit.
Okay, so if you file your taxes and you've qualified for the federal EITC, you basically qualified for the Connecticut one, and once it plays, your return gets filed, then the payments go out.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Miller for the second time.
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. Thank you very much. Tom, next up.
Yep, next up we have Brian O'Leary, followed by Chris Wilson and Greg Florio.
Good afternoon, honorable co-chairs Fonfara and Scanlon, ranking members Cheeseman and Martin, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Brian O'Leary. I'm tax counsel with NBC Universal. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you today to speak in support of House Bill 6628, enacting to the application of the digital media tax credit. The House Bill 6628 is an extension of an existing and successful measure implemented by this legislature in 2017 that allowed for digital media and television production companies to apply the credits that they earn against the Connecticut community antenna tax, as compared to selling them in the market and having those credits used 100 cents on the dollar by Connecticut buyers. The community antenna tax applicability allows the production companies to use those credits against that tax at 92 cents on the dollar. The difference between the face amount and the amount that's applied on the community antenna tax return represents a savings to the state. House Bill 6628 takes that principle and that proven concept and in a limited way extends it to allow television and digital media production companies to use their credits against the sales tax that those companies collect and remit and the collected taxes from their affiliates. The sales tax applicability, as with the community antenna tax, is offset only up to the amount of 92 cents of the face amount of the tax credits that are issued by DECD to these production companies. Year over year, since the community antenna tax offset was made available, the state has saved on average of $2 million a year. By extension, House Bill 6628 will generate additional savings. That's the fiscal benefit. The economic benefit is that this industry, the digital media and television production community in Connecticut, year over year has continued to grow. Even through the difficult times of the pandemic, our industry is continuing to make investments and sustain ourselves. And one of the important catalysts for our investment and the economic recovery of Connecticut has been this tax credit program, the Digital Media and Television Tax Credit Program. Why NBC Universal cares? A little bit of history about our company. In 2013, we made a significant bet on our future and our relationship with Connecticut by consolidating all of our sports operations from North America to an abandoned shampoo factory in Blakely Street in Southern Connecticut. Since that time, we had committed to create 450 jobs to the state. We're at over 1,000 and counting. In Olympic years, we had another 500 jobs. Between that facility and our operations at the Stanford Media Center, which some of you may recall used to be the old Rich Forum, which we acquired out of bankruptcy to create a production facility. Between those two facilities, we've committed over $220 million of capital investment, and year over year generate economic.
30 seconds, Mr. O'Leary, 30 seconds.
We generate over $500 million of economic activity in the state. Our relationship with Connecticut extends beyond that. We have over 750 unique vendors, over 55 communities in the state. That's importance to us. We intend to continue to grow. This measure will allow us to do that with greater efficiency. Savings going on to Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chair Scanlon. Thank you for coming here today, Mr. O'Leary. Do you have a backlog of tax credits waiting to be used? What's the genesis of this?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. So the way the credit program works, unlike a lot of credit programs in Connecticut, but very much like production tax credits around the country, these credits are transferable, which means that if we do not have a tax liability to use them against, we sell them in the market. There's always a ready market of buyers, which is why the pricing is so competitive. We do not. NBC Universal, the credits that we receive in the form of vouchers from DECD, in the year that we receive them, that's the year we either use them on one of our tax returns or we sell them in the marketplace. And as I said, it's a very robust market and one that is reflective of the strength of this industry and the fact that this program allows credits to be sold and used.
Okay, and you talked about the investment that this is paid off. So in terms of what Connecticut, the return on investment for Connecticut with this digital ad tag, the tax credit, can you give us some data on that?
Sure. One important consideration, actually a few important considerations, as it relates to the production tax credit in Connecticut, focused on digital media and television, its origination was really focused on feature films, which is an important part of our industry, but one that didn't generate the economic returns to the state because there wasn't the same bricks and mortar longevity as relates to long form programming that represented by television and digital media. So the state suspended that measure. And a couple of other important considerations is that as compared to a number of the state's competitors in the US and around North America, and frankly around the world, there are a lot of elements of our industry's expenses that aren't eligible under the Connecticut program. We have to use Connecticut vendors. And that's why my earlier comment about how many vendors that we have across the state and the number of unique vendors in the state is a reflection of the policy of this program. It doesn't make financial sense for us to go outside of Connecticut to find a supplier. It makes us develop relationships within the state. That's an efficiency. Most states don't require that. And the other consideration is there are limits on cash compensation, very different than so many other states. So the efficiency of this program is different than a lot of the analyses. And what I understand is that DECD, in their discussions with the industry, is undertaking a report at the direction of Commissioner Lehman, which is different than the analyses that have been undertaken in the past, a much more complete and thoughtful analysis. because this industry and its relationship with the state merit that. So as I understand, what DECD has directed is an economist firm with global reputation that has done work for governments around the world is undertaking a more comprehensive view of this industry and its relationship with the state. The data collection has already begun. DECD has already reached out to the business community to ask those questions and get the information to give a complete analysis, to frankly be responsive to your question,
Okay.
and questions that should be asked.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Chair Scanlon.
Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Brian.
Senator.
I'd like to ask you to, if you would, respond to a broad-based question, and that is, what got you here in terms of government involvement or other reasons? I know there was a substantial amount of government investment, but the economic development happens for a lot of different reasons: where businesses locate, what they return to the economy. You've spoken about some of those things in terms of you're certainly employing a lot of people in Connecticut now. What number I've seen is 900. I don't know if it's greater than that now, but certainly substantial number. We got to believe some of those people moved into our state from New York or wherever to work here in Connecticut, which now they're paying income taxes, they're buying things. Just want to understand the interplay of decisions that, forget about which administration and what the attitude is of one administration versus another. I'd like to hear from you, have the committee hear from you regarding what got you here and what now we're seeing in terms of that investment and what it's meaning to our state from the standpoint of jobs, in terms of what those jobs are paying in terms of salary, and what it likely is returning to us in many ways, the spillover effect of that.
Thank you, Senator. So it is a bit of an alchemy. Right? There are a number of considerations that decision-making takes into account. The tax credits are an important catalyst to our investment, but if the state didn't have an abundance of talent and infrastructure that this industry can repurpose, my examples, just our company's experience at the old Clairol factory and at the Rich Forum, those are opportunities for us to take something that other sectors of the economy have put aside or idled or were struggling and reinvest in. So the importance of the credit is it reduces the barriers to entry and continued investment in our industry's relationship with this state, and frankly, our industry's relationship with other territories around the world. But it shouldn't be lost on the fact that there are important attributes. It's not just the tax credit. The tax credit allows us to continue year over year to make these smart investments. But if the resources weren't here that we could build on, including workforce and infrastructure and the supply chain that I referred to, we've learned a lot in working with local Connecticut businesses who are so keen to understand what our industry's needs are and respond to them. So we have this important supply chain, and just to understand how that is reflected across the Connecticut economy, frankly, just speaks to the fact that our facilities may be in Southern Connecticut, but the 55 communities that I referred to go right up to the very top of the state. So that's an important consideration. But in terms of monetization, Senator, I just want to make sure that this committee appreciates that this company and the other companies that have made long-term bets in Connecticut are some of the most important champions that this state has. We have met with our competitors and our partners and encouraged them to make these investments, which you've seen. The announcements that DECD over the last handful of years have made reflect the fact that the digital media and television production community see Connecticut as a place that is smart to make investments for the long term. And why this bill is relevant, if we couldn't use these credits, then we wouldn't be encouraging our partners or ourselves to continue to invest. But we have invested with our own dollars and made our own bets on our future. And I think I've mentioned this in the past. Through the pandemic, we relocated our Golf Channel business from outside of the state to Connecticut. Hopefully some of you are viewers of our Peacock streaming service. And you should appreciate that the technical backbone and the external facing attributes of that business all originate from Connecticut. And we've relocated our Olympic channel from the western part of the United States with the support of the IOC to our facilities in Connecticut. So Senator, we certainly see that this is an opportunity for this industry to be part of the recovery of the state. This program is an important part of our investment decisions, but as I've also said in the past, it doesn't underwrite all of the expenses that we incur. So much of what I've just described to you isn't covered by the credit. And that's why this program operates so efficiently. It's related to production activities, but we have all of our corporate functions and support activities which get caught up in the wake of these investments, which I would submit is the upside and part of the smart policy that this legislature and the administration have maintained.
So if I could just, I think you've said this far better than I could ever, but the opportunity that got you here and what you brought at that time and what was part of the deal has grown well beyond that. Decisions that you've made separate from the agreement and how that's benefiting Connecticut. You just named some of them, but that gets lost, I think, when we talk about, and candidly, I don't want you to weigh in on this part. It's just my own editorial comment. This administration has been very critical of those kinds of deals, but I think yours is not the only, but certainly a significant example of how those kinds of deals can produce benefits far beyond what the original agreement was, and often does not get recognized when the issue about doing deals like this to attract companies to Connecticut when that conversation takes place. So thank you for shedding light on the experience so far. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Mr. O'Leary, for being here today. Next up, Tom.
Yeah, we have Chris Wilson, followed by Greg Florio.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am Chris Wilson, a Bristol Board of Education member and chair of the CREC Council. For approximately 20 years, on behalf of the state of Connecticut, CREC has been managing 17 award-winning magnet schools across the region to support Chef versus O'Neill. I'm attending this afternoon to support SB 1053. I provided you written testimony and I will summarize my comments. Probably the biggest challenge, or I heard the term used earlier today, conundrum for the CREC Council is its ongoing sustainability. When these magnet schools were created to satisfy the stipulated order of Chef V. O'Neill, there was no master plan to fund either operational or capital expenses. So the challenge for us is how, when we have 17 buildings, do we manage fixing those schools and keeping them in great repair? Many of them have been built in the last 10 years, but some have been between 10 and 20 years. And my experience in my local district is even newer schools need to have maintenance and repair that I would call capital expenses. They're not operational expenses. They're not tuition. They're not personnel expenses, but they're heating and cooling systems fail, HVAC systems fail, roofs need to be replaced, safety and security upgrades need to occur. Sidewalk and parking lots need to be repaired. New lights need to be put on the outside of the buildings. All of this is good stewardship. It's a good investment, and it's important for CREC to have the mechanism to do that. Currently, we're about the size of a middle-sized school district in Connecticut. We serve over 8,000 students, but there is no mechanism for us to go and get those funds to make those repairs, which I spoke about. And I've heard some suggest that we should just increase tuition. But that's assuming that there's elasticity in those tuition payments that the local school districts pay. And there's certainly not. The school districts are struggling with their budgets. So there's not an ability for CREC to just pass on these costs to the participating school districts. And so I come here this afternoon to ask that you consider SB 1053. And I'd like to use up just the remaining part of my time to mention that I didn't think she got on the list to give testimony today, but Dr. Maureen Brummett from the superintendent of Newington and a former superintendent of Plainville and the president of the Hartford Area Superintendents Association and a leader in the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents passed on testimony to me.
3 minutes.
Passed on testimony to me that they too would support SB 1053. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. The senator from Bristol, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Hi, Mr. Martin.
No need for the Mr. First,
Okay.
Chris, thank you for everything that you've done in the past for Bristol, but more so for your involvement with CREC. And were you on when Kostas Diamantis made his testimony? I just wanted to get your thoughts on what he had to say.
Well, I think he admitted that it was, yes, I was on, and I think he did admit that there is a funding gap here and we need to fix the problem. I think we just disagree on the approach.
Okay, so I think the bill asks for no more than 20 million. And I totally agree. I mean, you know, we help fund these buildings, and you said what, there was like 17 buildings that you guys have currently, and you take care of, you know, supposedly the maintenance of these. And how are you managing now? How are you not getting funding for these ongoing repairs? You know, you mentioned HVAC, mentioned the maintenance overall, the parking lots, the lighting, etc. You know, I'm in the real estate business, so I understand fully, you know, this stuff, though you may build brand new, there's always expenses, year 1, year 2, year 3. And as you go out in years, those expenses increase. So how are you managing today?
I'm going to let Greg Florio, the executive director, probably answer that question for you in probably a little more detail than I can. But I will say that, you know, the buildings are relatively new, and we have, you know, built a lot of those into the construction projects when we renovate the schools. But I think now we're getting to the critical point where some of these schools, as they age, are needing some of these more expensive repairs.
So Chris, we say in the bill, it says no more, an aggregate amount of about 20 million. How much do you think you need on an annual basis?
Again, Henry, I was not privy to the planning with CREC administration. So I would ask that Greg, Executive Director Florio could give you probably better detailed answers than I could on that.
Okay, is he on, Chris, or
next up, Senator?
Yes, yeah,
Oh,
he's
he
the
is.
next
Okay,
speaker.
great. All right, thanks, Chris, and again,
Yeah,
thanks,
thank you, Henry. Yep.
yeah, thanks for everything that you do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no questions, Mr. Florio, I think you're up.
Thank you, Chair Fonfara, Scanlon, ranking members Martin, Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the committee. Yes, I'm Greg Florio, the Executive Director of CREC, the Capital Region Education Council. As I'm following our council chair, Mr. Wilson, I'm not going to try not to be repetitive because he made all of the key points, obviously supporting Senate Bill 1053. That would provide a mechanism for the Capital Region Education Council to maintain the magnet schools that CREC built on behalf of the State Department of Education and the state of Connecticut to meet the CHEF mandate. A number of our schools are, as Mr. Wilson said, very new, but we also have a number of them that are approaching or passing the 20-year mark. And at that point, we do need to start considering significant capital upgrades to those buildings to maintain them as high quality schools that they are. I want to be very clear, this is not a blank check. This is not a break and fix request. Those are things that we manage, through our operating budget to maintain the buildings. But when there are significant system issues, whether it's an HVAC system, significant repaving, roofing, that's where we need this mechanism in place to be able to take care of funding those sources, so we do not have to take those funds out of the operating funds that provide the educational services that we want. I, again, don't want to repeat all of the points because Chris made them so well, but I just want to reiterate that, again, CREC did not just through its own auspices decide to build these magnet schools. Over the last decade and a half, the state of Connecticut, to meet the judicial mandate of the Sheff versus O'Neill settlement, worked with the Regional Education Service Center in the Hartford area, which happens to be CREC, to build these buildings and operate them to meet the requirements of that settlement. And we do that with a lot of pride. We take, again, a great deal of pride in the services we offer to the region, and we just are looking for that mechanism that will allow us to maintain the high quality schools and the high quality buildings that we operate, again, on behalf of the state. And I don't want to be repetitive, so I just really want to be here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Florio, and again, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Florio. Thank you for testifying. Regarding the previous testimony by Kostas Diamantis, he made various comments regarding that, there's a gap here. We set this up 20 years ago, I think he said, and that we sort of didn't plan on what would happen in 20 years to these buildings. So he has said that we sort of need to fix it statutorily. And have you had any conversation with OPM regarding your dilemma here?
Yes, we have with OPM and in the past with the DAS about how this could look. One of the conversations that we had in the past was to look at these facilities, not unlike the VOTEC schools, which do have a line item for those capital upgrades within in the state budget. So, we're just looking for the mechanism. We believe this is that mechanism. Again, this would be based on a capital improvement plan. It's not based on what do we think we need this year. It would be, a detailed look at our buildings at a reasonable timeline for those significant upgrades, working with the state Department of Ed, DAS, OPM, to make sure that it's done in the most efficient and effective way possible, but to maintain the buildings as needed.
Regarding the amount that we've put in this bill, what is on an annual basis, what do you feel is the correct amount?
I think the 20 million is a start. Again, we have 3 of our buildings that have reached the 20-year mark and are starting to get to the point where significant work will have to be done. And then beyond that, as the buildings reach that age, we'll have to reassess that number going forward.
Mr. Florio, if there's significant work to be done, would you not fall under the current GO bonding for school construction money?
We could. That would be one avenue. The concern there would be that a portion of that cost may not be covered under the state construction grant, and then either CREC or our member districts would have to fund the difference.
What portion would not be funded?
It would depend on the reimbursement rate, which in the construction was 95% initially and actually fully paid by the state. Other RESCs receive 80%. depending on the work. So I don't have an exact number at this time, but it could possibly not be fully funded, which again would then place the burden on CREC and our member districts.
And one last question. So currently, how do you manage your maintenance costs and some of these, HVAC systems that may need to be repaired?
So, I mean, again, we consider the day-to-day maintenance, the operation of the building, turning the lights on and off, that's part of our operating budget. We build that into the funds that we receive for each student that attends our school from the state, and the fees that are paid in tuition by our districts. That's, the day-to-day maintenance. Unfortunately, when we do have a significant expense, we have to make adjustments within our budget to address that right now to keep a building operational. So if there was a significant amount of concrete and paving work that had to be done at one of our schools recently, we had to adjust the budget to make sure that we could do that. But that would become a significant challenge to continue to do that as more and more buildings reach that point of needing that it wouldn't be feasible for us to be able to do that going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Florio. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Florio.
We have Chris Wilson. Oh, we already had him. Sorry. We have Sana Shah and then Eric Getty, and then that's it.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children. Connecticut Voices for Children supports Senate Bill 178, an act increasing the applicable percentage of the Earned Income Tax Credit. Senator Looney and representatives from the United Way did such an incredible job emphasizing the importance of this legislation. So I figured a better use of my time would be to highlight how many residents in your respective districts will benefit from the EITC. And you'll see that some towns will benefit more than others, but I urge the committee to support this bill because of its overall impact on Connecticut. So I'll try to use this time to get through as much as I can. So in Branford, it would be 8%. In Guilford, it would be 5%. In Chester, it would be 6%. In Clinton, it would be 8%. In Colchester, it would be 8%. In Deep River, it would be 8%. In East Haddam, it would be 7%. In East Hampton, it would be 6%. In Essex, it would be 4%. In Haddam, it would be 5%. In Lyme, it would be 4%. In Old Saybrook, it would be 5%. In Portland, it would be 6%. In Westbrook, it would be 8%. And these are for the amount of families that would benefit from the EITC. In Bristol, it would be 13%. In Harwington, it would be 6%. In Plainville, it would be 10%. In Plymouth, 19%. Tomlinson, 9%. Easton, 3%. Fairfield, 5%. Newtown, 5%. Weston, 2%. Westport, 3%. Greenwich, 5%. Hartford, 32%. Avon, 3%. Canton, 5%. Middletown, 12%. Brantford, 8%. Durham, 4%. Guilford, 5%. Killingsworth, 4%. Madison, 4%. North Branford, 6%. East Lyme, 6%. Salem, 7%. Fairfield, 5%. Trumbull, 5%.
Ms. Shaw, if I can make a suggestion, perhaps you can share this with me and I can share with the committee. You're doing a great job running through the numbers, but I think, my members would maybe like to see it on paper and they can be able to relate to that a little bit better. So
yeah,
if you share that with us, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can send out all this data on all the families that would benefit, how many families, what the average that they would receive, and also I can just send tax data in general to members of the committee. So yes, that would be much more prudent. So in addition to all that, I do want to add one more point to the bill, which is I would urge the committee to considering expanding the bill to include immigrant workers filing with an individual taxpayer identification number, a group that contributes substantially to Connecticut's economy and yet has almost entirely been left out of the 6 congressional bills, relief bills, with wholly under supported by the state. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony and for your advocacy today for the EITC. I don't see any questions, so if you can please share the data with us, that'd be helpful. And thank you for being here.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, last but not least, Eric Eddy from CBIA.
Appreciate that. Yes, Eric Eddy from CBIA, consistently bad lottery drawer, but here on behalf of Business and Industry Association. I want to, remind you all of a story that you know anyway. Back in the 2008 and 2009 recession, Connecticut borrowed $1 billion from the federal government to ensure that we could pay all of the unemployment claims that were made during the recession. We, of course, the state took out the loan, but it was the business community and the business community alone that paid it back. And thankfully we did do that. But it was, not without paying significant interest and assessments in order to get there. And then fortunately, within the past few years and without any adjustments to the unemployment insurance tax, we were making progress towards our solvency goal. And of course, then the pandemic happened, which was unlike any other economic downturn that we have seen in the state. And now we are back in a very similar situation to where we were those years ago. The business community has been advocating for unemployment trust fund solvency for the last decade. It's something that we feel very strongly about. But it is clear that this is not an issue related to the revenue we take in, but more so related to the benefits we pay out. We have the same or right around the same taxable wage base as all of our neighboring states. The only difference is we historically have not made any reasonable benefit reforms. And despite our belief that it's the benefit side of the coin that is the problem here, we have been open to compromise and we remain open to compromise. Unfortunately, House Bill 6633 is not reasonable in our view. This would increase the taxable wage base from $15,000 to over $70,000 and then indexed thereafter. This would make us have the highest taxable wage base in the nation while maintaining some of the least stringent criteria for benefit payouts. Now, I'm not going to say there aren't any benefit reforms in HB 6633. The problem is they just don't go far enough. So for example, HB 6633 raises the minimum earnings to qualify for unemployment benefits to $1,200. Currently, claimants in Connecticut need to only earn $600 in a year to qualify for benefits. This is the second lowest earnings threshold in the United States. Most states require between $3,000 and $5,000 in earnings. In the state of Washington, for example, requires more than $9,000 in earnings. The earnings requirement in Connecticut has not been raised in 53 years. The bill would also prohibit claimants from receiving unemployment benefits until they have exhausted their severance pay. We do support this provision. And then finally, it freezes the maximum weekly benefit rate for 1 year. The maximum benefit rate increases by up to $18 every single year and did so throughout the last recession. This rate should be frozen for not less than 3 consecutive or non-consecutive years. Now, taken together, none of these benefit reforms would result in less benefits for anyone who was working even close to part-time, and certainly not for anyone that was working full-time. They simply freeze the benefits where they are at the status quo for a short amount of time. We also encourage the committee to look at including reforms that may not necessarily impact solvency, and those are highlighted in my written testimony. I just want to reiterate again, we are committed to working with this committee to finding a balanced approach in order to provide solvency or return solvency to our state's unemployment trust fund. Connecticut businesses have suffered a lot over the last year. We've incurred massive federal debt to ensure every unemployed person receives their benefits. And we already have some of the highest unemployment taxes in the nation. House Bill 6633 has all the right ingredients for reform, just not the right proportions. And with that, I'm happy to pause right there and take any questions that the committee may have.
Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Eric. do you have an understanding at all as to why we would keep the requirement in terms of earnings so low compared to what the benefit is?
I mean, I can't, I don't know why the policymakers and the Department of Labor have long refused to do this or to alter it, make the earnings requirement higher. So many other states have done this in the past. You know, but the current level right now at $600 in the course of a year, when you get to a $15 minimum wage, like we're going to reach in just a few short years, you're talking about qualifying for unemployment benefits after working only one 40-hour week in an entire year. It has not been adjusted at all in that entire time. So again, we would strongly encourage making these adjustments, just as so many of our neighboring states have done.
Yeah, I don't really care about other states. My interest is in a program that recognizes that unemployment should be just that. You lose your job for whatever reason, you get unemployment, but that there doesn't seem to be a relationship between the two with that low a threshold to qualify.
Well, if I can just respond, Senator, the unemployment system is exactly what you said. It's meant for those who become unemployed through no fault of their own. But in order to get benefits, you need to have demonstrated a reasonable attachment to the workforce. Working one week or one full week in an entire year is not a reasonable attachment to the workforce, and that's our problem with such a low threshold. You know, we want to make sure this fund is solvent for future workers. That's incredibly important to us, and it proved to be incredibly important in just this past year. But we got to make sure that those workers who are getting these benefits again have demonstrated that they want to work. And you know, other programs are meant for folks who cannot work. And so again, it's just simply not what this program was intended for.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm Irish. I feel incumbent to say that to everybody today. Quick question for you. So you had mentioned that the $600 threshold hasn't been raised in 53 years. And I know we changed the base amount. You probably don't know this, but do we have any idea like what that number, because of course, 53 years ago, $600 probably represented a lot more than 1 week's time of work, as you said, attachment into the workforce. Do we have any idea of what that number would be if we had kept pace with inflation over the 53 years, or how many weeks that the original intention was before collecting unemployment?
Actually, I do. I had a lot of time to sit here and listen to other folks, so I did plug that into a historical inflation calculator. $600 in 1968 would be equivalent to just north of $4,500 in 2001 or 2021, excuse me.
So it seems like the states around us have probably increased theirs by inflation to show the applicable amount of work in order to qualify for benefits where we have not. Is that a fair assumption?
That is fair. We have not, again, we've made no adjustments since the earning requirement was put into statute, which was 1968.
Okay. So the next question that I have for you, and I kind of rely heavily on CBIA and then talking individually with all of my small businesses in town and people who reach out to me directly. Do you have any kind of sense on its face, this plan, making it a higher threshold, but lowering the rates? On its face looks like a good thing, but I'm wondering if you have any input from the businesses that you represent, anything that you've put out to people that you could share on what impact this would have on business overall.
It would certainly depend on the industry, because a big portion, of course, of the state unemployment tax is based on how often you as a business use the unemployment trust fund.
Yep.
If you have a lot of, high turnover in your business, then I would think that your rates based on what has been put forward here would go up. So you would be paying a higher portion of the overall unemployment tax burden. And that's certainly something that we support. And then, of course, if you were on the lower end, you may receive less. But at the end of the day, this is still a tax increase for virtually all businesses in our view. And it's a significant one too. And we just ask that it be more of a balanced approach than what has been put forward here.
And do you provide suggestions on how you think it could be more of a balanced approach in your testimony, or something that you could whip off in the remainder of our 5 minutes here?
I do, it's in my written testimony, but we believe that the taxable, we believe that the earnings requirement should be around $5,000, which would put us right in the middle of the pack across the country, despite the fact that we have some of the highest wages across the country. We recommended, and I think I mentioned this in my testimony, that the maximum benefit rate be frozen for at least 3 years, not necessarily consecutive years, but 3 years nonetheless. And then again, we did we did support the requirement that you exhaust your severance pay in all cases, which is actually in the bill now. We could certainly be happy to enter into discussions regarding an increase to that taxable wage base, but I have seen data coming out of the Department of Labor that a relatively small taxable wage increase, and of course this was back pre-pandemic. I don't want to confuse the committee, but a relatively small taxable wage base increase would have returned us to solvency in a matter of a few short years. And so we are happy to discuss that, provided it is accompanied by much more balanced benefit reforms than what we see in this current package.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Scanlon. Thank you for being here today, Eric. And you touched on that. I was going to ask you if there were things in this proposed bill that you liked, and you mentioned the severance pay. And there are also some of those recession recovery measures that were included that would have experienced rate increases during economic shocks, reduce the maximum solvency tax rate, and not have a non-charge for shared work. Are those things you could support, and would you build on, do you have other suggestions along those lines that would particularly address the issues that have been faced by businesses during the COVID period?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, we certainly support those measures. I think those are very important, especially when you have very unexpected downturns, or economic downturns, the way that we saw in the past year. So, again, I want to reiterate one more time, we think all of the right ingredients are in this package. It's just the proportions are off. And so we are happy to work with the committee to make those adjustments. In terms of, I don't know if you,
go ahead.
There are certainly other things that could be done, ideas that are not included in this. We are one of the few states that have a dependency allowance related to the unemployment. So if you have children, you get additional benefits beyond what an individual with your exact salary would get if that did not have children. Again, one of the few states that have that. You could certainly discuss removing that. Again, I don't understand policy-wise why you receive additional benefits. I certainly don't get paid more at work because I'm blessed with children, but we're not here advocating on that. But that is an additional idea that could be used, or additional reform that could be made that Connecticut has that very few other states have that would result in savings.
Okay, thank you. And I think the one thing on which everyone has agreed is there needs to be reform. There needs to be a fix to this because this doesn't work going forward. And the pandemic has only brought this into greater focus. So, and I hope again, you will stay engaged. All the parties will stay engaged because it would be distressing to get out of this session and not having addressed this real problem. So thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate it. And thank you, Chair Scanlon.
Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Representative Chairman Scanlon. Eric, I'm a little confused, and I know you're hesitant to come out with the comprehensive solution and a negotiated strategy to figure out what we're doing on reform. I can appreciate that. It would seem to me the single largest item of your concern, I would think financially, would be what we refer to as the attachment point on work. And this is the question about whether we do $600 or $3,000 or $4,000. I was shocked with the number of people that I dealt with at unemployment claims, resolving their issues during the pandemic, realizing that there were a number of people who are in this gig economy that are in wages for seasonal work going throughout the year. So I can understand the concern that I wouldn't want to punish the people who are in seasonal work, but the question becomes, is a week seasonal work is 3 months seasonal work, and the wages related with it. So I can understand that. Do we solve a majority of the problem from what you saw in the modeling or what you looked at with a $3,000 or $4,000 attachment point?
Well, the seasonal work issue is a whole can of worms that we could be opening up. In fact, I would almost argue that a lot of seasonal workers benefit more from the system in terms of their whole salary being accounted for when benefit determinations are made, far more so than folks who do work all year round. So, again, the bill doesn't get at that seasonal work aspect. So we're talking about people who have, a really low attachment to the workforce. Even with this reform, that's talking, the increase to the earnings what you need to qualify for benefits. I talked about at $600, it's only a 40-hour work week the entire year. This, of course, would just double that. So it's simply 2 full work weeks in the entire year. So I think you need a little bit more than that in order to demonstrate that you are attached to that workforce.
Okay. The only thing I would also bring to you, it's not that I don't want to open up a can of worms on the seasonal side in terms of unemployment benefits, but under the current system, given the fact that we haven't got a graded level of in the salary or a high enough salary threshold, if you've got 4 part-time jobs at $15,000 a year, you are paying more than the individual who's got a singular job at $60,000. So right now, the way we're scaled out, the seasonal worker is supporting a lot of the unemployment benefit, albeit the attachment issue is a separate issue, and I can see you. So at some level, I think scaling in the level of employment makes sense in terms of the salaries and adjusting. And I think at some level, the attachment makes sense. I don't know where the happy balance is. But are those the 2 principal areas you'd look at, or are there other areas you're concerned about?
Well, again, I'm happy to look at any multitude of areas related to this. A lot of other ideas that I certainly could bring forward, but I was just testifying to what is in the bill itself today. So I'm happy to take that conversation offline with you, or have it in a more public forum, however you'd like.
No, I want to understand the wrestling of the issues that are to be negotiated or considered to be negotiated, because, frankly, the status of the fund is frightening, and I think we need to make sure we do that in a way that doesn't harm business, but also protects workers. If the feds don't provide us with the wherewithal in another economic cycle for unemployment, we have a significant issue facing us. So getting the fund healthy is super important to me. But thank you.
Representative Terry Wood, I believe.
That's Representative Mashinsky.
Oh, Representative Mashinsky, I apologize.
No problem, Mr. Chair. Eric, I just wanted to ask you about, I have I shouldn't use that word. I have an older worker constituent who is was out of work for a very long time, mainly because of her age. The older workers have a harder time getting called in. And she finally got a job that was in her field, and she was so happy. And then like a week later, the pandemic hit, and her job disappeared. So she was really a worthy worker, an enthusiastic worker, but she might have been one of those $600 people. Is there a way we can separate out someone like that who's enthusiastic and would have stayed there forever till she retired from someone who really just did the minimum effort? Is there a way we can write that?
Certainly happy to have that discussion with you, Representative. You know, I don't know, of course, any of this, the particulars related to the circumstance surrounding your constituent. You know, even for folks who are out of the workforce for, you know, a reasonable amount of time, you know, your benefits are calculated based on the first 4 of your last 5 quarters. So again, I don't know if they were out of work for, you know, more than a year or not. So they could potentially still have qualified for benefits, and it would have been charged back to an earlier employer if they were within that window. But again, you know, this does require, you know, your benefits are determined using your 2 highest quarters of earnings. And so I don't know how long they were on the job again before they lost it. So, you know, they very well could have qualified for very minimal benefits, depending on, again, if they had reached that $600 threshold or not.
Okay. I'm just trying to, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about people that take a small seasonal job just to make the qualification. I know who you're talking about, but I'm trying to separate them out from the people who would dearly love to be working year round. And it's not their fault that they're not.
I certainly appreciate that, Representative. You know, I would just say that while I'm not sympathetic, you know, of course, I feel for that individual. It's a horrible situation, and of course, none of us knew this pandemic was coming. I'm just simply saying that there are other safety nets out there meant for that type of situation, and I'm just talking about what this particular safety net was meant to do. And so, you know, that's all I guess I would offer on that.
Okay. I'm trying to think of what the language would be, and I'm not coming up with it right away, but that might be because we've had too many 15-hour hearings. Have to look at it again. But thank you, Eric, for coming in, and hopefully we'll get this fixed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. And, you know, Eric, I would say the same thing I said to Mr. Dock earlier today, that I look forward to working with you and Labor and the administration to try to figure this out in the coming weeks before our deadline and see if we can get a bill done. I think it's vitally important that we do something, especially in this moment, and look forward to working with you and the committee to do so.
I really appreciate that, Representative, and really appreciate your commitment on this issue.
And with that, we shall conclude our hearing and get on with celebrating the victory of St. Patrick and all that he did for our world and my people. And just remember, if you're not actually Irish, you're Irish today. So go and responsibly and safely enjoy this great St. Patrick's Day, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.